going to show you Exhibit 5 in this case.
And do you want the jury to see it?
Yeah, I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Is that coming up on your screen?
Yes, picture.
And do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Who's that?
Miss Rochelle Bond.
Do you recall when you first encountered her on July 16th of 2015?
Yes. So Miss Bond approached me as I was essentially sitting with approximately 10 to 12 other people. And she said that the court officer or court personnel had referred it to me and that I needed to kind of see her right away.
Can you describe her demeanor?
Well, she was very nervous and very agitated. And so when we first met, we kind of had a little bit of a confrontation insofar as I said, well, that's not how it goes. Essentially, have a seat and I'll get to you when I can get to you. And
how did she respond when you said that?
She was pretty nervous, but to the extent that she calmed down for that moment. And then essentially a few minutes later, she asked if she could go outside and take a cigarette break.
And overall that day, I'm sort of jumping ahead a little bit, but overall that day, how much time, well, let me ask you a different question. When you first encountered her and you saw that she was nervous, I think you said, and agitated, did you form an opinion as to, well, I'll start. Have you had experience with people in your professional life with substance abuse issues?
Yes.
And how extensive or not extensive would you say that?
Not too extensive, but sometimes you can see some indications of people either going through withdrawal or that they need a hit, something to that extent.
And when you first encountered her, did you have an opinion based on your observations of her, of her state of sobriety, or did you suspect anything as to substance abuse?
It seemed like that might be a strong possibility.
When she asked to take a cigarette break, was that okay with you?
Yes, I directed her downstairs and pointed essentially the way to the, there's a coffee area essentially in the first floor of the courthouse, and said, go outside and do whatever you need to do.
Understanding that you probably weren't watching the clock and documenting what was happening at any given time, approximately what time in the morning would you say that she approached you initially?
I would say it was approximately 10:15, if I had to guess.
And how much time passed between when you had your first discussion with her and when she went out for the cigarette break?
Another 20 minutes approximately.
And did you have further conversation with her after she left to go have a cigarette?
Yes, eventually it became her turn to essentially meet with me and essentially engage in a negotiation.
And was there anything, did you have that meet and have a negotiation?
Yes, we did.
How long did it last?
I would say approximately 15 minutes.
Where did it take place?
It took place on the third floor outside of the court clerk's office.
And did you notice any change in her demeanor from what you had observed earlier in the morning?
She had calmed down slightly to the extent that she and I could then talk in real people terms as opposed to have an argument. She approached me and essentially she revealed some issues that made me change my approach with her.
Okay. And how did you change your approach?
Well, she did explain to me that she said her boyfriend was essentially keeping tabs on her.
Overruled.
Sorry?
So she said, listen, my boyfriend is making sure where I am. Can you make sure he's going to call you tonight? Put down your cell phone number on the court agreement that we did.
So let me back you up. At what point is this part? Did she say this during the course of your negotiation?
Yes.
Toward the beginning, middle, or end?
Right, almost at the front.
At the beginning?
At the beginning, yes.
Okay. And what did she ask you to do?
She asked me to essentially put my cell phone number on the court agreement because she was worried about her boyfriend.
Is that something that tenants that you negotiate with commonly do, ask you to write your number down?
Very rarely. I'm sorry.
So I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, very rarely has that ever happened. In fact, never in this particular way.
And did you write your cell phone number down in the agreement?
I did put my number down, yes.
In terms of the negotiation, we don't need to know all the nuts and bolts, but was there an agreement reached?
There was an agreement reached, yes, an agreement to pay back the monies.
And Do you recall, or if you don't recall, you could refresh your memory as to what the agreement required her to pay?
I believe it required her to pay her rent as of the 5th of every month, and then an arrearage payment as of the 15th of every month.
And do you recall approximately what the arrearage payment was?
I believe it was $100 a month.
And in your view, was that agreement satisfactory to Wynn Management to bring her, if she complied with it, to bring her back in compliance with her lease?
Yes, it was. Based on her income, that's a typical agreement that we would do.
And aside from writing your name on the, by the way, you said you wrote your cell phone number. Did you write anything else besides your cell phone number in the agreement?
Yes. By the end of the day, at the end of our essentially negotiation session, it might have been around 1 o'clock or so, I put down specifically that she was with me until 2, because she had mentioned that essentially, you know, her boyfriend was keeping tabs on her, and I wanted to give her some leeway in case it took her a little bit of time to get out of court and back to him, to make sure essentially I was covering for her.
So did you write the time on the agreement as well?
I did.
And was that something she specifically asked you to do, or something
No.
you did on your own?
Yes, I did it on my own.
Aside from the request, the information that she shared with you, and the request that she made of you to write your cell phone number, and you wrote the time, other than that, was there anything unusual about the negotiation or the agreement that you reached?
I mean, to the extent that she told me some personal things about her that I was very surprised. She did tell me she was a...
I'm going to ask you to hold off there, but okay, so aside from sharing personal information with you, and then her request that you document you put your phone number and your decision to document the time, other than that sort of piece of it, was there anything unusual about the agreement or the negotiation itself?
No, that was fairly standard, the agreement. It's a pre-printed form.
And when you reached the agreement, did she have to do anything else beyond that, or did you handle that?
Yes, essentially once she and I negotiated it, she had to sign it, and then it goes in front of the actual court. And the court essentially vets it out, makes sure that she signs it freely and voluntarily, and it's a two-step process with the court.
And so when you say that she was finished with you by about 1 o'clock, does that mean also finished with the court? I don't know.
Not necessarily. She could have been there for another hour or possibly even more.
Do you have, well, first of all, the agreement that you've discussed, was that filed with the court?
Yes, the original's filed with the court.
And is the original still filed with the court?
Yes,
Have you brought a copy of that agreement for us to have?
I have.
May I approach the witness? You're going to move this to be introduced as the next sequential exhibit.
Any objection? Hearing no objection, I'll admit it.
128.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, and maybe if I could impose on the court reporter, is it all right to staple this just so that the pages don't get separated?
Yes.
So briefly publishing Exhibit 128 to the witness and the jurors. Is this the first page of the agreement?
It is.
And whose handwriting is this on the agreement?
That's my handwriting.
And there's a number up in the right-hand corner of the agreement. It's got a number signed at 117. What does that represent?
That was the court number, the docket number on the trial list for the day.
Does that mean that she was case number 117?
Yes, there's a docket number, the 15 number 2828, and then for that particular day in the trial session, it was number 117.
Does that mean there were 116 cases on the list before her?
Correct.
And then the docket number that you've indicated just below that says summary pro number. Is that summary process number?
That is.
And it says 15 and H84SP-002828. That's the case docket number?
Yes.
So the docket number is different from the number that she was on the list that they posted in the courthouse?
Correct.
And there's a judgment for the plaintiff, paragraph 1, in the amount of $1,052, including costs in the amount of, can't read it very well, $180.
186.
So is that the amount that she is required to pay over time to Wind Management?
Exactly, yes.
And then on the second page, there's a notation by you near the bottom. I guess it's by you, that's your notation?
Yes, it is.
And that sets out the arrearage payments that you described?
It does.
And then the last page has what appears to be her signature and yours, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did she sign that with you?
She did.
And you signed that in her presence?
I did.
And below your name in Wind Residential, there's a telephone number. What telephone number is that?
That's my cell phone number.
And you wrote that because she asked you to?
Yes.
And then the next line, read the next line if you would.
It says 2 p.m. underlined, executed with defendant Miss Bond, BJH.
And again, is that something that she asked you to write or something you wrote on your own?
No, I wrote that on my own.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Hoban.
Good morning.
Mr. Hoban, you were in court, and this is the Boston Housing Court, correct?
Correct.
And this is on July 16th of 2015.
It was.
And you were there because you had initiated an eviction proceeding on behalf of the company that you worked for against Ms. Bond, correct?
My company had, so we had 3 or 4 attorneys at the time. It was my responsibility to be there for the trial day. So I don't think I actually worked on the prior paperwork, but
But you knew what it was,
yes,
and it was an eviction proceeding
it was.
for non-payment of rent.
Correct.
And she hadn't paid rent for quite some time, had she?
It looked like her rent was $433, so approximately 2.5 months it looked like it was her outstanding balance.
And the agreement provides for her to pay that outstanding balance.
Correct.
And on the agreement, it's $1,052.
That's true.
And so it's close to 3 months.
Okay.
Okay. Typically, when a tenant falls behind that much, your company tries to evict them.
That's true.
And your job when you go to court is to evict the tenant.
Generally, we do negotiate agreements.
And it's fair to say, is it not, that tenants facing eviction are often upset about it?
Yes.
And you say that when you first met Ms. Bond that day, she seemed to be upset and agitated.
True.
And in fact, I think you indicated that at first she was confrontational with you.
Yes.
She wanted to know how long this was going to take, and she was telling you that she wanted to get out of there.
Yes.
And you reacted negatively to that.
In the beginning, yes. That's true.
You told her that she just have to wait her turn.
Something to that effect, yes.
So this wasn't a friendly exchange between the two of you.
Certainly not at the beginning.
she was angry, and she was telling you, you know, she needs to get out of there, and you should take care of arranging for that right away.
Correct.
And you said, that's not the way things work, right?
I mean, I don't know if I said those exact words, but to the extent that we had a brief conversation, I said, I'll get to you when I can get to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, putting her off.
Yes, at that time, yes, I was engaged.
And you were asked your opinion about whether or not she was under the influence, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, when you were interviewed initially on this matter, you indicated that you thought that Ms. Bond was jonesing for a hit.
Okay. Yes, I believe so.
And what exactly did you mean when you said jonesing for a hit?
She was looking, it looked like she was under the influence.
Okay. And looking to
Get
some
something.
more.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And so your sense was she wanted to get out of there because she needed a hit.
That was my initial impression.
Well, she continued to be agitated, didn't she?
She did.
And at any point, there was no point at which you decided she wasn't jonesing for a hit, was there?
There was.
Okay. Did you ever tell the investigators that later you decided that she wasn't jonesing for a hit?
I did.
You did?
I believe so.
Do you think that it's contained in your report?
I honestly don't remember the report, but I believe I said something to that effect.
I'm going to show the witness. This is page 794. Just look at that and just read it to yourself. Have you read it?
I read it.
Okay. So there's nothing in there that indicates you told the investigators that you changed your mind, is there?
It was at a subsequent date when I spoke to the investigators, and we flushed out.
So now you're claiming that you met again and there was another report?
I don't know if there was a second report generated, but we discussed the testimony.
Who did you meet with?
The prosecutor and a state police detective.
When did you meet?
Several months ago.
And when you say the prosecutor, you're referring to Mr. Deacon?
Yes.
I would request at this point any report that was generated as a result of this meeting.
You heard that argument?
Yes, yes.
Told you that she had been a drug user
That's true.
and that she claimed to have been clean for 5 years.
I believe she did.
But on the basis of your observations that day, you thought she was under the influence, didn't you?
It did seem that way, yes.
So when she told you she had been clean for 5 years, you didn't really believe it, did you?
I didn't.
Okay. She also told you that she had worked as a prostitute?
Yes, she did.
Was there any particular reason that she told you that?
She said that because she was essentially trying to get me to give her a reason as to why she wasn't with her boyfriend.
So she was, and also, she was also trying to work out a deal with you.
Yes, we were negotiating a deal on the rent, but
Right. So she was trying to manipulate you.
not with that.
Well, hold on, as to the form of the question, that's,
Now, Ms. Bond had a lease for apartment 2 at 115 Maxwell Street, correct?
Correct.
And where was that lease from? Who provided the lease?
The management company executes leases on behalf of the ownership. So that particular ownership entity hires Wynn Management to do leases with their tenants.
Now, Ms. Bond had a particular subsidy for that apartment, did you know?
I believe it was subsidy. I don't know exactly how. I don't know if it was project-based or she has her own voucher. I'm not sure. I didn't get into the details with her about that.
Okay, but you know that the lease had certain requirements in it.
Yes, that's what leases are.
And the requirements for this particular lease were based upon the kind of housing assistance or subsidy that she was getting.
Okay, yes.
And one of the requirements for the subsidy was that had to do with the composition of the family living in the apartment.
Typically, it goes along with the lease, yes. It's part of it.
In other words, she had to be supporting and living with a minor child.
She didn't have to be, no.
Well, she wouldn't have been entitled to the subsidy unless she were taking care of a minor child, would she?
That's not true. There are plenty of single people who have subsidized apartments with no children.
So when are you familiar with the lease?
No, I never even saw it.
You're not familiar with the kind of lease that Wynn Management provided to its tenants?
Every property uses a different lease, and in this particular instance, I didn't even see it. I don't have to go into court and look at a lease to discern whether she's owing rent or not. I look at a ledger, and that's a historical rent ledger, which shows she owes money. And I assume that, that there is a lease in place, but no, I never looked at her lease.
Do you know that a standard lease provision is that the tenant not engage in unlawful activity, including all drug-related activities?
Yes, that's a standard provision.
And so, on the basis of your meeting with Ms. Bond that morning, you suspected that she was using drugs.
Yes.
Did you do anything with respect to this possible violation of the lease?
No, I did not.
And did you at any time, or did she at any time, mention to you her daughter?
She did not.
The lease provides for a recertification, does it not?
Again, I've never seen her lease. I will take your word for it, but I've never seen her lease.
And
so
do you know?
I'm not so sure what this line of questioning about the lease. This witness has no personal knowledge for testifying about that.
Well, on the basis of the kind of leases that are executed on behalf of your Wynn Management, do you know if they require that the tenant get recertified periodically with respect to any housing subsidy that she is entitled to?
Generally, yes, that's correct. But again, with respect to her, I don't know the specifics.
But in any case, you do know that in her case, there was some form of subsidy.
I glean that based on the fact that her rent was $433, and so I always put a clarifying clause in there that says if the rent is adjusted for whatever reason, it goes up and down depending upon whether there's an in-house project-based subsidy or a voucher.
And now you're referring to the agreement for judgment that you executed that day.
That's true.
And that in that agreement for judgment, which is Exhibit 128. And there's a provision in which the tenant agrees to comply with all required recertification processes and sign any necessary documents required for any subsidy program.
Okay, yes?
Okay, so that indicated, does it not, that there was a subsidy that she had to get certified for?
That is a pre-printed form that we use in general, so it sometimes applies to market tenants, sometimes applies to project-based tenants, or recertification people with a voucher through a housing authority. So it tries to encompass a variety of issues. So it wasn't specifically tailored to Ms. Bond's situation.
I understand, but you've indicated, have you not, that on the basis of the rent that she was obligated to pay, you concluded, and you conclude now, that she did and was getting a subsidy.
I believe so, yes.
And this provision would apply to her, would it not?
I believe so.
And just for the record, that's paragraph 5 of the agreement for judgment, Exhibit 128. Now, you mentioned that that Ms. Bond said that her boyfriend might want to call you that night.
Correct.
And of course,
Or that afternoon.
Nobody
Sorry.
ever called.
No. I think it was after court, so not necessarily at night, but after the proceedings.
Well, what did you testify to before?
That essentially he'd be calling at some point, and I may have said night, but I meant essentially after the court, after the afternoon that we were there together.
And so you mentioned that you had endorsed on this agreement for judgment at the end, you wrote 2:00 p.m. executed with defendant Ms. Bond, and you have BJH,
Correct.
Boston,
My initials.
your initials, okay.
Yes.
Barrett J. Hoban.
Correct.
Now, it's you told us that actually wasn't executed at 2:00.
Right. I think we executed again, if my memory serves me correct, maybe around 1, and typically there's a lag time. So I wanted to put in there that if she had to sit around for an hour or 2 hours in the housing court waiting for them to vet it out and sign off on it, I wanted there to be some extra time as opposed to her being, having to get home at a certain time, and I put 2 that she was with me until.
Okay. So you mentioned the housing court on New Chardon Street, right down the street here.
Yes.
Correct? That's where you're
That's the
talking
one.
about. It's the new Brook Courthouse,
Correct.
and that courthouse is a large courthouse with many different courts in it. Correct?
That's true.
The housing court is one. The Boston Municipal Court is another.
Yes.
So that's a locale, that's a courthouse that's generally full of police officers?
It does have court officers, police officers.
Because the Boston Municipal Court generally deals with criminal matters.
Correct.
And so there are police officers who are there testifying for all reasons, correct?
That's true.
And you also indicated that there are court officers
Correct.
in the housing session as well.
Yes.
And Ms. Bond also, you said, had to actually appear before the judge.
Not that particular day. She didn't go in front of a judge. She just went into the clerk's office where the housing court specialists essentially go through the agreement with her, make sure she signed it freely and voluntarily, and then she goes on the record. Essentially, there's a two-step process in the clerk's office.
So you're saying that after the agreement for judgment is entered, does that have to be filed?
Exactly. So she and I execute it. We bring it to the court clerk's office, and then there's that lag time between, an hour or so, depending on how efficient they are, and what time it is. So at lunchtime, it's usually people are out at lunch, and yet we're still there. The litigants are still there. So that's why there is always kind of a lag.
And there's a lunchtime in the housing court, as here, is at 1 o'clock.
Usually, yes.
So the court breaks from 1 to 2, generally speaking.
That's true.
And then the parties come back at 2.
That's true, but in the actual clerk's office, there are always people there. So that's where we needed to be. We didn't actually have to go upstairs in front of a judge and have a judge sign off on it.
Now, were you aware that Ms. Bond had an EBT card?
No.
Are you aware of what day the EBT cards are funded?
Oh, no.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban. I have no further. Very briefly, if I might.
Attorney Hoban, I'm not entirely clear on this point, so want to try to clarify it. It was an eviction proceeding. Defense counsel asked you about that. In your experience, about what percentage of eviction cases are resolved by way of agreements on that initial trial day?
Approximately 90%.
So 9 out of 10 people wind up in the same position legally that Ms. Bond wound up in?
Yes.
Nothing further.
With nothing further then, I'll excuse this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts called Jay Woodhead.
Call the court officer straight ahead, please. Oh, this way, sir. So you're going to start right here, you're going to raise your right hand, you're going to face it left. Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you should give this court and jury in the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I
Thank you,
do.
sir. I follow the officer.
Swear to God, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Woodhead.
Good morning, sir.
Could I ask you please to introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes. My name is Jay Woodhead. My first name is Jay. Last name is Woodhead.
And how are you employed, Mr. Woodhead?
I am a lead command center controller for Coast Guard Sector Boston. I'm a civilian employee for the Coast Guard.
Okay, and you talk quickly, so can you say your title again?
Yes, I'm a lead command center controller.
And also, Mr. Woodhead, if I can ask you to sit as close to the microphone as you can do comfortably, and
Sure.
speak as directly into it as you can. It'll pick up your voice the best.
Yes, sir.
And what are the responsibilities of a lead command controller?
My specialty is search and rescue in the Command Center for Coast Guard Sector Boston. I plan and coordinate search and rescue efforts, dispatch resources, and to aid me in that, there's other folks on the watch floor that work with me or for me, and we use computer models to assist us with that.
And I know you said you're a civilian now. Were you previously a civilian? Well, let me ask you, how long have you been doing this type of work, meaning generally search and rescue planning?
Search and rescue planning, approximately 16 to 17 years.
And have you always done it as a civilian?
No, sir.
Before you were a civilian, in what capacity did you do it?
I was active duty U.S. Coast Guard for over 20 years. And my last 2 years active duty, I was worked in the command center as a SAR controller.
I'm sorry, you just used the phrase that SAR control. Oh, search and rescue is SAR.
Yes, I'm sorry.
SAR.
Correct.
Mr. Woodhead, can you please go back to the beginning of your Coast Guard career, and I'll ask you to kind of walk us through it. I may stop you in places, but walk us through your career in the Coast Guard.
Sure, absolutely. I enlisted in the Coast Guard in April of 1983, and after boot camp in Cape May, I went to my first unit, Coast Guard Cutter Mahoning out of Governor's Island, New York. I served on that ship for about a year and a half as just a deckhand, a seaman. And then I went off to bosun mate school and earned my specialty rating.
And what is a specialty rating from bosun mate school?
It's where they teach you how to become a bosun mate, which if you're on a ship, you're the leading deckhand at a small boat station or a rescue station. You're taught how to drive rescue boats, and you operate the rescue boats.
Please continue with your summary of your career.
Sure. So once I finished school, I went off to Kodiak, Alaska, and I was stationed at the security unit at Base Kodiak, and I was there for about 2 years. And when I was done there, I went to my second ship out of Woods Hole, a 95-foot patrol boat, and that was used for law enforcement missions and offshore search and rescue cases.
Please continue.
Yeah, and while on board, I earned my competency as an underway officer of the deck, which means that I was not the commanding officer of the ship, but when the boat was underway and he needed rest periods, I was qualified to operate the ship on my own.
And what was your next assignment, and when was that? Or how long did you perform that function for?
That was a two-year job.
And what happened? What did you do? Where did you go from there?
Once I finished there, that would have been 1988, and I went to Coast Guard Station Portsmouth Harbor in New Hampshire, and I was there for 3 years.
And what was your assignment there?
And my assignment there was I was a boat coxswain and a heavy weather coxswain, meaning I operated rescue boats, and I operated a heavy weather rescue boat.
What's a heavy weather rescue boat?
It's at the time it was a 44-foot motor lifeboat, and it was designed to be operated in extreme weather conditions and surf conditions.
Did you actually perform heavy weather rescues?
I did, yes.
And after that 3-year assignment passed, when was it, and what did you do?
I went to in 1991. I went down to Coast Guard Station Fire Island on the south shore of Long Island, New York, which was another rescue station. And I was also a small boat coxswain and a heavy weather coxswain at that station as well, and that was a 4-year tour there.
And was that also doing search and rescue work?
Yes, that was an extremely busy station. I did quite a bit of search and rescue there.
Where did you go after those 4 years?
I went back to Coast Guard Station Portsmouth Harbor in New Hampshire. And this time I was the executive petty officer when I arrived there, but again, I maintained my qualifications as a small boat coxswain and a heavy weather coxswain.
And you said when you were back in New Hampshire, you were, I forget the title that you said, Chief Petty Officer?
The executive petty officer.
Executive Petty Officer, and what were the responsibilities of the Executive Petty Officer?
It was second in commands. They were mostly administrative duties and managing personnel issues and finances and just keeping the station running.
And how long did you stay there?
That was a 2-year billet, and I promoted out of the job.
To what?
I promoted up to first class petty officer, and I transferred to Portland, Maine, and assumed the duties of the coxswain of a 56-foot cable laying boat.
And how long did you do that work?
That was 4 years.
And where did you go from there?
After that boat, I went to Coast Guard Group Portland, Maine, and that was where I first started working in a command center as a search and rescue controller.
And when was that?
I want to say 97 or 98, I believe, if I remember right.
And I'm going to pause you there and just ask you, up to that point, before you started doing search and rescue control, approximately how many years had you been involved actively? So if you were doing cable laying, I wouldn't count that, but approximately how many years were you involved actively in actually conducting search and rescue operations on the water?
I would say probably 11 or 12 years out of my active duty career.
And in order to do that work, did it require any training in seamanship?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, sir.
And did it require any training in, are there specific aspects of seamanship that are important in doing search and rescue missions?
Yes. Starting out as a seaman, you learn how to the basic operations of boats and whatnot, and as you get promoted and advance through it, you start to become an advanced navigator and an advanced boat operator, and you receive your directions and interpret your search plans and directions from the Coast Guard Group or the search and rescue mission coordinators.
Does it require any understanding of things like tides, currents, winds, that kind of thing, to do to command a search and rescue boat?
Yes, it does, sir.
And did you receive training in that from the Coast Guard?
I did, yes.
And you think it was either 1997 or 1998 when you started training to do search and rescue control? Did I get that right?
Please let me correct myself. I think it was 1999 I started in Group Portland, and I started as a search and rescue controller.
And what was involved, what sort of training did you receive to be a search and rescue controller?
Yeah, to get qualified as a search and rescue controller, you have to attend a month-long school in Yorktown, Virginia at the National Search and Rescue School, and the school is Maritime Search and Rescue Planning.
And did you complete that school?
I did, yes, sir.
Did that result in you receiving a qualification?
Not immediately, no.
What was involved after that?
Once you return from school, you go through on-the-job training and a personal qualification standard that is signed off by a qualified person showing that you demonstrated the ability to do your job.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive that qualification?
I did, yes.
Once you received that qualification, what sort of work did you do?
In the command center, then, if a search and rescue case was received either over the phone or over a marine radio, we would dispatch the appropriate resources, and if search planning was needed, then I would use computer programs to help me with the search planning.
And if you would, just sort of generally, overview style, what kinds of things would you generally get? What kind of calls would you get for search and rescue out of Maine?
We would get anything from reports of flares to vessels taking on water to missing persons. So we get what we call uncorrelated distress calls or uncorrelated mayday calls, where somebody may just come across the radio and say mayday, and that's all that we receive. And those were some of the types of cases that I would work.
And what were you responsible for doing when you would receive calls like that?
I would have to interpret the call, figure out where the call came from, and then dispatch the appropriate resources. And once that was done, I would notify my superiors of what I what was going on.
How did you know what the appropriate resources were? In other words, how did you come to a decision about what the appropriate resources were and where they needed to go?
A lot of it's based on experience over the years, and some of it comes from going to school, and some of it was from the on-the-job training.
And is there any sort of, I think you mentioned this already, is there any sort of computer assistance that you have or computer resources that you have to assess the call and dispatch resources?
Yes, sir, there is.
And I anticipate we're going to ask you a lot more questions about that computer system, but
Okay.
How long did you remain in the capacity of SAR controller there in Maine?
2 years.
And then where did you go?
I retired from active duty, and I was hired as a civilian SAR controller and a search and rescue controller for Coast Guard Group Boston, and that was in 2003.
So how long a gap was there between when you retired and when you were hired back as a civilian?
There was no gap whatsoever.
And just so we're clear, everyone's clear, what was the reason? Why do that? In other words, if you leave, why leave the Coast Guard to come right back as a civilian?
Right. I was one of the first handful of civilian employees to be hired in the command center, and I believe the reason why we were hired is because the computer programs are becoming so advanced that there's a cost involved with training people, and with the active duty side there's a high turnover rate. So they hired civilians to work in the command center. Now, it's not all civilians in the command center, there's still active duty folks, but they hired us for continuity and because of the cost involved with training somebody.
So it's 2003 when you came back as a civilian?
Correct.
And you continued working as a SAR controller?
Yes.
Were your duties, I mean, understanding that duty is a different term when you're a civilian than a Coast Guard enlisted personnel, but were your responsibilities essentially the same when you came back as a civilian?
They were for the first few years that I was there.
And then what happened?
I was promoted into the job that I have now as a lead command center controller.
And what's the difference between a SAR controller, SAR command center controller, and a lead SAR command center controller?
Sure. SAR controller eventually evolved into what's now called an operations unit specialist, meaning that there's one watch position that manages the response missions of the Coast Guard, search and rescue being one of them. The lead command center controller will oversee that person and the other watch positions on the floor.
Let me ask you, in order to continue being a SAR controller over the years, was there any requirement for recertification, requalification to stay in that position as SAR controller?
Yes.
Describe that.
Yes. Well, at the time, it started out every 5 years. You had to return to National Search and Rescue School and attend maritime SAR planning. And now I believe it's every 8 years we have to go back.
And when you were promoted to lead controller, did that require any additional training or certification?
Yes, it did. I went back to Yorktown, Virginia to SAR school, and I went to the SAR supervisor class, which is a class that's designed for SAR mission coordinators, which is another layer in the SAR system, if you will, that oversees and is responsible for each individual particular SAR case.
And did you receive that qualification?
Yes, I did.
Have you received any additional qualifications since then?
No, sir.
Okay. And when are you required to recertify as a lead SAR controller?
I think I have 5 more years before I go back to Yorktown.
And do you supervise the work now of other SAR controllers?
I do, yes.
How many?
When I'm on watch on the watch floor, there's only one other SAR controller, but I review and oversee each individual SAR cases. Once it's complete, I review all the SAR cases.
And approximately how many controllers' cases do you therefore review periodically?
Sector Boston, they run about 450 to 500 search and rescue cases per year.
And how many SAR controllers does that work on those cases?
6 or 7 of us.
And you oversee all of them?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, are you familiar in your work as a SAR controller with the term drift analysis?
Say the question again, please.
Are you familiar with the term drift analysis?
Yes, sir. Very familiar.
And what is a drift analysis?
It's it's the output of a computer program that we use to help us figuring out where objects drift to in the ocean or in the maritime environment.
So, in sort of general overview terms, how would a drift analysis be relevant to a search and rescue operation?
It's very relevant if a person or a boat is missing, or if we're, for example, looking for the source of a flare. The drift analysis tells us where that object could be, and that's where we would search.
How do you know where to start in a drift analysis?
It depends on the type of scenario. If we get a last known position, if somebody called in and said, "I'm here and my friend is missing," we know it's pretty much a pinpointed position where to start. If somebody calls and says, "I don't know exactly where I am," we can use our radios that have direction finding equipment on it, and we can use a line of bearing to tell us where that radio call came from. And if we receive that on two towers that intersect, then we know where the call came from.
Let me ask you the simpler case for now. If somebody radioed you and said, "I'm here, my friend is missing," right, what would the drift analysis do? I don't mean detail by detail, but what's the purpose of the drift analysis? What is it? What information does it give you?
We would have to put in what time the person went missing, what time we got the call. We would ask for environmentals, surface currents of the water and of the wind, and what object we're looking for. Was the person wearing a life jacket, a survival suit? Were they not wearing a life jacket? And then given the time period.
Become involved in your role as lead SAR coordinator. Is that the right title?
Lead Command Center Controller.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
A lot of titles. In that capacity, did you become involved in assisting the Massachusetts State Police in trying to identify the little girl who washed up on the beach in Winthrop?
Not initially, but
at some point did you become involved?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you become involved?
Starting back in June of 2015.
Yes.
On the 26th of June, I came to work and I was reviewing a drift that was done the previous day.
When you say a drift, a forward drift analysis or reverse drift analysis?
A reverse drift analysis.
And who did that reverse drift analysis that you reviewed?
The watch floor at Coast Guard Sector Boston.
What does that mean, watch floor?
The watch floor.
Watch floor.
Yes, sir. The folks that are on watch at the time. The watch floor is staffed 24/7.
And you say it was the next day that you were reviewing the drift analysis?
Yes, sir.
And what was your understanding about to whom or what agency the drift analysis had been done the previous day had been provided? In other words, who'd they do it for?
I believe they did it for either the Boston Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police.
And when you reviewed that drift analysis, what was your reaction to it?
I felt that it wasn't done as accurately as it could have been done.
In what way?
It gets very technical, but I believe that the location that they started the reverse drift analysis was too close to land. It should have been further out in the water so that it had some movement.
Okay, so this is confusing because the body in a bag, in 2 bags, was found on the beach. So how could it be wrong to put the object too close to the land if it was found on the land?
Right. The computer model will only drift particles or search objects that are floating in the water. So to do the reverse drift, they would have to establish the last known position in the water and not on land.
I see. So that it actually impairs the functioning of the program if you put the object too close to land.
Yes, it does.
When you reviewed, after reviewing the reverse drift analysis and coming to that conclusion, what did you do?
I brought the results to my supervisor.
Okay. And did you discuss them?
I did, yes, sir.
And who's your supervisor, by the way?
At the time, it was Commander Sean Carroll.
Is that the commander of the Coast Guard station?
No, sir. He was the response chief at Coast Guard Sector Boston at the time.
And after discussing it with him, what did you do?
I did nothing. There was nothing further to do.
You didn't do another drift analysis yourself?
I did. That's what I did that Friday morning when I came to work.
Okay, so I may not have understood you properly. So you saw that you felt the analysis wasn't accurate enough.
Correct.
So what did you do before you talked to your commander? What did you do?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, once I felt that the reverse drift wasn't done accurately, I recalculated it myself and felt that it was more accurate and a better product, and that's what I brought to my supervisor.
And so that we're clear, what was your understanding of the time frame for the drift analysis that had been requested by the Mass State Police?
The time frame would have been 24 to 48 hours.
And that was the best information they had. Your understanding, that was the best information they had at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you say that you produced a revised or a better reverse drift analysis?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you, if you would, Your Honor, at this time I would ask the witness to, and I'd like to display as a chalk the steps that he conducted in performing the drift analysis that he performed on June 26th.
Okay, have you shown these chalks
Yes.
to Mr. Shapiro? Okay.
Yes. And
Mr. Shapiro, you're looking puzzled, huh?
I really object to you showing the chalk. I mean, if it's admissible, it should be admitted. If it's not, it shouldn't.
Well, we certainly admit our mark for identification many things that are not technically exhibits that are used to have to assist the jury in understanding the witness's testimony. So, if that's what you intend to do here, Mr. Deacon, is that what you're proposing?
yes, Your Honor.
We should probably, in some ways, mark this for the record for identification, so the record's clear. But it doesn't have to be an exhibit to be used.
No, my objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I guess I'm not sure exactly the best way to mark this. It's several pages.
If you're going to be referring to different pages,
Well, I'm going to be walking, it's a PowerPoint presentation, page by page, so.
okay. Maybe you should mark them each with a different letter. I'll leave it to you. I'm not sure how you wish to proceed.
Maybe the thing to do is keep them put together, Your Honor. I think it'll be obvious,
Okay.
and just mark it as one exhibit for identification, and I'll be responsible for keeping it together.
Okay, so this is for identification only, a multi-page document.
And just to be clear, as I'm walking through it, the exhibit, the identification tag won't appear on the screen because I'm actually using a digital version, but it's just the same thing in a digital.
This is the hard copy, okay.
Extra invitation.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, I think in talking to Mr. Shapiro, I gave this explanation. This is not itself an exhibit, but for you to understand this witness's testimony, we're going to show you certain things. It's to assist you, frankly.
And let me ask you too, in preparation for trial today, were you asked let me ask, were you asked to provide the reverse drift analysis that you did on June 26, 2015?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to provide that original reverse drift analysis?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Why not?
The computer program SAROPS between June of 2015 and when we first met had been updated, and the Coast Guard's other computer system that's used for maintaining records was also updated, and that file was attached to the new records management program had become corrupt and it was no longer available.
Were you asked to try as best you could to recreate the reverse drift analysis that you had done on June 26th?
Yes, I was.
And is that is it your understanding that that's the recreation is the chalk that that you're about to show the jury?
I believe so, yes.
So Mr. Woodhead, looking at the first slide, can you see it?
Yes, I can.
And can the jury see it? There is, it says recreation of June 26, 2015 reverse draft. Can you explain the screen that we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the opening screen of SAROPS, or the Search and Rescue Planning System. And it's where I create a case name. It automatically puts a date timestamp on it, and then I add any comments that I wish to add to the case.
And in the background, there's what appears to be a map of somewhere. What's that a map of?
Yes, sir. The dark gray is land, the light gray is water, and that's Boston Harbor.
And the window that you're showing is actually blocking a big chunk of Boston Harbor, but in the computer program, when you're actually running it, will the Boston Harbor actually appear there at times?
Yes, it will.
So that's the first screen. This is showing you the second screen. What are we seeing here?
This is the next page in the program, and this is where we, at the top of the window there, you'll see where it says search objects and additional drop downs. That's all the different search objects that the computer will drift.
And did you pick, for your drift analysis, did you pick an object?
I did. The object that I selected was boating debris.
Okay, so that's going to require some explanation, because if it was a young girl in a bag, why would you select boating debris?
I select boating debris instead of a person in the water because a young girl that at the time I believed to be about 2.5 to 3 years old in a plastic bag wouldn't drift the same as an adult person. And I chose boating debris because the dimensions of the boating debris are approximately 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and about 6 inches thick. So I felt that best represented the object that I was asked to do a reverse drift on.
And are judgments like that inherent in, well, I don't know, how often when you're doing, or infrequently when you're doing these type of drift analyses, and I know you don't usually do reverse drift analyses, but when you're doing drift analyses, how often are you called upon to make judgments of that type?
Typically, we know what we're looking for, we know what's missing, so we can select a search object that suits the case. Often we don't know if the person's wearing a life jacket or not. We could add 2 search objects in there if we wanted to, a person with a life jacket, one without a life jacket, for example.
And that might give you 2 different areas to search depending on which was the correct.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Should I move to the next slide?
Sure.
What does this slide show?
Okay, this slide's the next page in the computer program, and if you notice towards the bottom it says add. If I selected that, more selections would come up for the types of scenarios that the computer program will drift. In this case, I chose what's referred to as an LKP, or a last known position. There are other scenarios in there. If we received a flare sighting, or we were to search an area, or somebody was missing on a voyage, there's just different selections for different types of scenarios.
And why did you choose last known position?
Because we were given the position of where the object would have started drifting from.
Should I go on to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
What is this slide showing?
Okay, this slide is showing, well, it's a Gantt chart that will show the simulation of the drift. And this is where, for this reverse drift scenario, at the top of the screen, towards the center, you'll see what's called sim in time. That's the time that the drift starts. And to the left of that is called, it's a little confusing and I apologize, but it's called sim start time. That's 48 hours in the past. So from there it will drift from the 25th, go backwards to the 23rd, and it will give us about a 48-hour reverse drift time, which is the time that's in the top right where it says interval.
Should I go to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing here?
This is the next page in the program, and this is the first of connecting to an environmental data server. And this screen shows us the leeway winds that I selected that I felt were best suited for this drift.
And to be clear, do these databases maintain historical weather data for the actual dates that you were searching?
They do for certain periods of times. For this particular case, I had to reach through our tech support and then to, I believe it was UMass Dartmouth, to have these weather products put back into the program for me.
But in general, when you use the program, it's connecting to databases that maintain data about actual weather conditions on that day?
Yes, sir, it is.
And just to be clear, do the blue lines in the red box on the screen, do they tell you anything about the wind, or is that just an icon to tell you that you're getting information about wind?
Both. It's an icon that we are getting information, but it also tells us the direction and the speed of the wind.
And how can you tell the direction and speed of the wind from those icons?
Okay, if you can imagine, it kind of looks like an arrow, so the direction that it's pointing to, the opposite direction, is where the wind is coming from. And the little flags that you see on it, long ones are 10 knots and short ones are 5 knots. So 2 long tails would be 20 knots, a long and a short tail would be 15 knots.
So in this diagram, it looks like the wind is generally, and I'm saying generally, coming from the north?
Just the opposite,
Oh,
sir.
from the south.
Yeah, it'll be coming from the south.
Should I go into the next?
Yes, sir.
And what is this screen showing?
This is the next screen reaching out to the environmental data server, and this is getting our water surface currents. And I use the Mass Bay FECOM UMass surface currents.
Again, a database that keeps track of historical current data.
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, I mean, these arrows are covering an area from, looks like, not too far off Long Island, all the way up into somewhere up in Maine. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there more precise, in the computer program, will it reflect more precise currents for the area, say, of Boston Harbor? In other words, this looks extremely general in terms of currents. Are there more specific currents that it actually gives you for Boston Harbor?
If you zoom in the program into Boston Harbor, it will show more of those current barbules that you see there.
So smaller sort of current indicators for smaller areas of the sea?
Yes, sir.
Shall I move on to the next?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in this screen?
Okay, this is the next page in the program. It's another Gantt chart, and it's showing the simulation time, the time of the winds, the time of the currents. And at the bottom, you'll see a selection there where it says Sim Mode, Fast, Normal, and Comprehensive. Typically, we use normal, and that's where the 5,000 search objects or 5,000 particles would drift. I chose comprehensive because of the extended period of time, and what that does is it doubles the amount. So it will put 10,000 particles into the program to drift.
And what is the effect of increasing or doubling the number of particles?
Because over time, the particles start to spread out and become thin and less dense and less populated in certain areas. So I added more to get just a more accurate drift.
Should I move on to the next slide?
I'm sorry, sir. In the bottom right where it says include land, water, or both, that selection there, I chose water only. If you were to choose both, some of the particles will stay stuck to land and they won't drift. And we were trying to figure out where this object came from, so I wanted all the particles to drift and none of them to be stuck to land, so I chose water.
Should I move on to the next?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
This is a map of Boston Harbor, and this is the beginning of the reverse drift on June 25th at about 1:15 in the afternoon.
And what does the green dot represent?
That green dot represents the position of the object where it was found.
And there is around the green dot sort of and I'll just with my finger circle what I'm talking about here. Am I in the right area?
Yes, sir.
And around the green dot there's almost a complete line of sort of blue circle, and then a lot of blue dots in the water. What does that represent?
Okay, the green dot that you see in the center represents the position of the object, And then the dashed line that's around that is a degree of error of the position. And what the program will do is it will take 50% of the particles and put them within the green dot. 45% will be within, between the green dot and the dotted circle, and then 5% are just outliers that are just out there somewhere.
And does that represent, is it your understanding that represents the current best thinking about how to distribute particles in a reverse drift analysis, or in any drift analysis?
Yes, sir.
Should I go to the next slide?
Please. Yes.
And what are we seeing here?
This is 24 hours earlier on June 24th at 1:15 in the afternoon. And again, you can see the position where the reverse drift was started from. And the different shaded colors that you see throughout Boston Harbor are where these particles have drifted to.
And what do the colors indicate?
Okay, the bluish kind of grayish colors that you see are very low probability indicators. And the high, or what we call the hot spots, the most densely populated ones, are your brighter colors. Typically they're red and orange.
And I'm going to indicate in the area of the reserve channel here, middle of the reserve channel, there is what appears to be some white at the end of the reserve channel. What does that indicate?
That is an area where the program will not let any particles drift.
Why?
Behind the screen that you can't see in this is what's called Land Simulator. And what you have to understand is, looking at the map, the program itself doesn't recognize land or the same contours as land. So if we put on the Land Simulator, it won't let the particles drift there because there is no environmental data available there, and it just sees that area as land.
In the next to that white area, there's a green shaded area. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that represent in terms of probability?
Okay, it's a higher probability than what the blue or the grayish color is, but not as high as the orange colors.
Should I go on to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing here?
Okay, this is 48 hours on earlier on June 23rd at 1:15 in the afternoon. And again, it's the reverse drift analysis starting over on Deer Island, where the green dot is.
And do the colors indicate the same probabilistic ratios?
No, sir, they don't.
But I mean, do they still stand for the same thing? I know that they're different colors in different places, but do they still mean the blue still means unlikely and red still means most likely?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And in the area of the reserve channel in this one, what are you seeing as far as colors?
I see orange, yellow, and green.
And where is orange on the probabilistic scale?
It is orange, if I remember correctly, it's about 6.5% to 10.5% of the particles that needed that would change that to orange.
And that will represent where, based on all the data that you've just described, the computer assesses the probability that something would have drifted from. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you circle the area that you were just testifying, please? May the record reflect the witness has circled an area in nearly the dead middle of the diagram that is on the screen now, which is in the area of the reserve channel.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move to introduce a paper copy of this screen as the next sequential exhibit. I need to produce a copy. These copies are two-sided for technical reasons, so whatever the next sequential exhibit is when I'm able to print this out. But I would ask that the the last page of Exhibit X for identification, which has the title June 23, 2015, at 13:15 LCL time, be admitted as the exhibit, whatever the next sequential exhibit is when I'm able to produce it. But I wanted to address that now, so if there's an objection, it can be heard.
Any objection?
Well, I object to picking and choosing from a much larger exhibit.
I have no objection.
I would object to,
You want the whole thing in?
yes.
Much better.
Okay.
That's terrific. Aaron.
Okay, so X for identification now becomes an exhibit.
Well, that's what I had asked for initially.
I didn't realize that. I thought you were objecting to it being marked for identification. So we will change it to an exhibit. It is now part of the numbered exhibits and will be with you in the jury room.
Exhibit 129.
Yeah, leave it.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to staple all these sleeves together so the exhibit remains in order.
Okay.
Mr. Woodhead, I believe you testified earlier that any drift analysis, or in particular any drift analysis, forward or reverse, is only as good as the time frame information that you're provided when you do it. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if Bella Bond's body had been in the water much longer than 24 to 48 hours or significantly shorter, this reverse drift analysis wouldn't tell us much about the probabilities of where she could have come from. Is that correct? Or it wouldn't tell us, it wouldn't be as accurate as if it would be less accurate than if the time were correct.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so if we assume for a moment that she was in the water for a period of weeks, not hours, then this reverse drift analysis wouldn't provide us much in the way of useful information about where she could have drifted from. Is that correct? Or well, let me start over. Rather than lead you, what would happen if we learned that she had been in the water for weeks rather than days?
Then I would have put in the weeks earlier, that the time frame then, and the computer would have given us whatever the answer would be.
Right, and it might be significantly different from this answer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, in preparation for trial, were you asked to run some different scenarios in terms of time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Based on all the work that you've done in this case, the review of the original drift analysis that was prepared on June 25th, the reverse drift analysis that you did on June 26th that you've attempted to recreate for the trial, and other drift analyses that you were asked, other scenarios that you were asked to run, and based on your experience as a Coast Guard officer or petty officer and seaman, I'm going to pose a question to you.
Looking back at the chalk, it maybe should be marked for. It's upside down. Well, I think maybe this chalk should be marked for identification, Your Honor. It wasn't initial.
Okay, Mr. Shapiro, is this one you want marked for as an exhibit, or are you okay with it as a chalk, or do you have any objection?
How is Mr. Deacon introducing it?
He proposes having it marked for
I
identification.
have no objection.
Okay, we'll mark it for identification.
Why?
Well, let me take it over here first. Mr. Woodhead, are you familiar with what this is a photograph of?
Yes, I am.
And what is that a photograph of?
The center is Boston Harbor. I see Logan Airport and the Black Falcon Terminal. To the lower right, I believe that's Deer Island, and the upper left, I believe that's a reserve channel.
And do you see here a yellow shaded area of the reserve channel?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
And you see a yellow shaded area here. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
Does this chalk now fairly accurately depict the relationship between Deer Island and the reserve channel?
It does, yes.
And the water, the ocean in between?
Yes.
Asking this to be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so he's now proposing it be admitted as an exhibit. Mr. Shapiro, with that testimony, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, we'll admit it.
$130.
Showing you now Exhibit 130. I don't know if everyone can see, but based on your training and experience as a seaman in the Coast Guard, as well as your search and rescue experience, and the reverse drift analyses that you prepared in connection with this case, do you have an opinion about whether it is possible for a 2.5-year-old child in a bag to float from this area here, the yellow highlighted area of the reserve channel, to this area here, the yellow highlighted area of Deer Island?
Yes, sir, it's quite possible.
I have no further questions.
Okay, maybe this is a good time to take the morning break. So we'll see you in about 20 minutes, 11:30 for prosecution.
Court, all right.
Good morning, Mr. Woodhead.
Good morning, sir.
Now, Mr. Woodhead, I'm going to try to get this straight. As I understand it, you were not on duty on June 25th.
That's correct.
But your understanding is that on that day, June 25th of 2015, there was a request that came into the Coast Guard Boston Center, or Boston Sector, to do a reverse drift analysis in connection with a young child's body that was found on Harborside Beach on Deer Island. Is that correct?
I learned of the reverse drift on the 26th of June, sir.
My question was, did you learn that a request had come in the previous day for that reverse drift analysis?
I did, but I didn't know that until the 26th of June. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, we understand that. I'm just asking you that on the 26th, did you learn that a request had come in the prior day?
Yes, I did.
And it had come in to your office at the Coast Guard Center, correct?
That's correct.
And it had come in, you weren't sure whether it was Boston Police or whether it was State Police?
That's correct.
And am I correct that your understanding was that somebody in your office, whoever the watch commander was, or had such a reverse drift analysis prepared for 24 hours and 48 hours?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And was it your understanding that that drift analysis was actually prepared and provided to the police who had requested it?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, that reverse drift analysis Was that, is that still available on your computers?
No, sir, it's not.
Did you, at some point, did you see that reverse drift analysis?
Yes, I saw it on the morning of June 26, 2015.
Okay, so the drift analysis that was actually done and that was actually provided to the authorities, you say is no longer accessible?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because the SAROPS computer program had been upgraded, and the computer program the Coast Guard uses for search and rescue file management and maintaining of records had also been upgraded. And when they brought in or moved the records from the old system into the new system, the SAROPS drift was included, but when earlier this year I was asked to review it, I discovered that the file had been corrupt and it wasn't available to open up. It just didn't work anymore.
So you're saying that the file which shows that original drift analysis has somehow become corrupted and is no longer available?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And when did it become corrupted?
Sometime between the update of the two computer programs, which would have been mid-July to beginning of August of 2015, and sometime after that, however long it took to bring the records from the old program into the new program. I don't know how long that would take.
So, as I understand it, your testimony is that you weren't satisfied that the reverse drift analysis had been done properly.
I didn't think that the reverse drift, the original one, was done as accurate as it could have been done.
Okay, but it was done by one of your subordinates.
That's correct.
Somebody you had trained.
Yes.
In fact, the original reverse drift analysis did not show any area, particularly in the reserve channel, where a small object might have drifted in the 1 or 2 days previously.
I'd have to look at the screenshots again, sir, but the original reverse drift, if I remember correctly, there was some blue shaded areas in the reserve channel. So that would have indicated a very low probability, but again, it's still a probability.
And it's true, is it not, that what we're talking about here are probabilities?
Correct.
Did you review the original, you say screenshots? So is it fair to say that there were screenshots made of the first drift analysis that were available to you?
No, sir, there weren't screenshots made, at least not that I'm aware of. What I was referring to were the screenshots that Mr. Deacon showed me earlier. As far as the screenshots that I was referring to.
So you're telling us you did review screenshots which purported to be the reverse drift analysis results that were done back on June 25th of 2015.
I reviewed that drift. I did not make any screenshots of the reverse drift that was done on the 25th of June.
I'm going to...
Do you want to display something to the jury, Mr. Sinclair?
No, just to the witness.
Okay.
I'm going to just ask you to read this to yourself.
Yes, sir.
You see that? So it's fair to say, is it not, that on June 25th, at about 6:40 in the evening, Dean Drake, who's Dean Drake?
He would have been the operation unit controller, or the person that would have created the reverse drift on the 25th of June 2015.
Fair to say that he sent copies or screenshots of that reverse drift analysis to Daniel Herman of the State Police.
Yes, it is.
And you have seen those screenshots, have you not?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to put another document up. Does that appear to be one of the screenshots?
I believe so, but it's hard to tell, to be honest with you, because the only colors I see on there are over on Deer Island. All the other colors of the probability grid appear to be black or dark gray.
Well, colors did show up on this screenshot, did they not?
They do show up in the SAROPS drift on this particular screenshot. The only color I see is red and blue.
So is it fair to say that all the other colors are basically the dark blue color that you described earlier?
I don't know how to answer that, sir. I don't know what colors they're going to change to. If it's yellow changes to black on a copy or being reproduced, I don't know what colors they're going to change to.
You see red here, don't you?
I do, yes.
Do you see orange anywhere else?
No, sir.
Do you see yellow anywhere else?
No, sir.
Do you see green on the screenshot?
No, sir.
Let me show you another screenshot. You see this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
See colors on this screenshot?
Yes, I see a little bit of red and some green.
And those colors are on Deer Island.
Yes, that's correct.
And the colors you saw previously on the screenshot I showed you just before were also on Deer Island.
Yes, sir.
And there are no other colors shown on this screenshot anywhere else, is there?
That's correct.
All of the others are basically dark blue.
Well, I don't know what colors they are other than either black or gray.
Okay. But those colors would indicate the least probability of the object coming from those areas.
Blue would indicate the least probability. What colors these are, I'm not sure.
But nevertheless, these were the maps, the screenshots that were provided to the state police in response to their request for a reverse drift analysis.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to offer this as the next exhibit.
Okay. Those are admitted.
It's 131.
I'm sorry, are you introducing the screenshots or the document? The email?
Screenshots and
Oh, both of them. Okay, so Mr. Deacon, no objection?
No
Okay.
objection.
So is that one exhibit, Mr. Shapiro?
yes, it's 131, exhibit 131.
Okay.
And so I'm putting on one page of Exhibit 131. And it's fair to say, is it not, that the area I'm pointing to here is the area on Deer Island where the object was found?
That area on Deer Island that you pointed to is the area where the reverse drift started from.
Okay. And the reverse drift started from that area because that's the area where the child's body was found.
That's the area I'm assuming that we were told to start the reverse drift from, most likely where the child was found.
And on this, it indicates a red. I can see blue and I can see green. Do you see those?
I see red and blue.
On top of the red, you don't see green?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. What do those colors indicate?
They look to me, they appear to be the particles that should drift. The difference in the colors would be the selection of two different search objects.
Looking at the rest of the marks that are added, and by marks I mean the dark blue or black areas
Yes,
that
sir.
I'm pointing to, all of those indicate areas from which the object that you use in your computer search may have drifted from.
That's correct.
But since they're all a probability, I mean all the same probability in terms of the colors that are showing up here, there's no greater likelihood that it would come from any one of these places other than another.
I don't know that because I can't see the colors, and the colors indicate different percentages or different probabilities, or some cold spots and some hot spots.
Well, why do you think if the color shows up on the Deer Island place, and you can see at least two colors there, why do you think that the rest of the indications may have been a different color?
I don't know.
But you don't, if red shows up, you'd think that orange would show up, wouldn't you?
I don't know how to answer that, sir. I don't. To me, it appears that the majority of the screenshot is black and white, and there's two colors where the drift started from that are red and blue that indicate the possibility of using two different search objects that didn't move.
Okay, and when you say where the drift started from, you're talking about the reverse drift started from.
Yes, sir.
But there's certainly nothing on this map, which is part of Exhibit 131, which indicates that there's a greater probability that the drift began, that is, where the object began, was in the reserved channel rather than in any of the other places that are indicated.
Again, I don't know how to answer that because I don't know what colors those grids are. Assuming that they're all the same colors, then it would have equal probability.
Okay. And what is the probability of the dark blue?
It depends on a period of time, and it depends on how many particles you're going to drift, whether you're going to drift 2,500, 5,000, or 10,000, and those percentages and probabilities change with every drift. In this case, if I remember correctly, the blue was somewhere between 1 and 2.5%.
Okay. So, using whatever number of particles were used in this initial reverse drift analysis, the percentage, the likelihood that the object that was being followed would have come from, let's say, the reserved channel, which is where I'm pointing, is between 1 and 2.5%.
Well, I don't know that, sir, because I don't know what color that particular grid is.
Yeah, but assuming it's the dark blue color, which shows up,
Assume if it is blue, then it would be a very low probability.
1 to 2.5%.
Well, in this particular drift, I don't know what the percentages are because I'm assuming that they drifted 5,000 particles and not 10,000 particles. So I can't answer the question accurately. I don't know.
Well, if they drifted, assume they drifted 5,000 particles, what would be the probability?
I would have to look at the SARAS program to answer the question. It would give me the answer. But again, the blue is a very low probability, probably less than 2%.
I'm going to show you the other page of the Exhibit 131. And again, this shows basically the same area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see on the Deer Island area, where I'm pointing, you see where the reverse drift analysis began, correct?
Yes, yes.
And there you see red and green, and also the dark blue color.
Yes.
Okay. And on this reverse drift analysis, all of the other colors of where the drift might have begun are pretty much all the same color.
That's correct.
And they all indicate, assuming that they reflect a dark blue color, the same low probability of where the drift began.
Again, I don't know what color they are, so I'm not assuming that they're dark blue.
But I'm asking you to assume they were dark blue.
Okay, if I was to assume that they're dark blue, it would be a low probability.
Now, when you came in on the 26th and you saw, now, try that. We just looked at Exhibit 131 and we see that whoever was doing it, I guess Dean Drake, provided the information to the state police pretty promptly.
Yes.
And I assume that he recognized the importance of attempting to find the location from which this body had drifted.
Yes.
You came in the next day and you did a reverse drift analysis which you thought was more accurate.
That's correct.
And you indicated that based on the assumption that the object that you were doing a reverse drift analysis on, which was the body of a young girl, had begun 2 days earlier. That is, the object, the body, had been in the water or put in the water 2 days earlier.
That's correct.
And so your assumption was that the body was in the water on June 23rd of 2015.
That's what we were told, yes, sir.
Now, do you have the results of the drift analysis that you did on June 26th?
No, sir, I don't.
So we don't have the analysis that your subordinate did on June 25th, which he provided to the state police, correct?
Correct.
And we don't have the analysis that you did on June 26th, the next day.
That's correct.
And in both cases, the explanation is that somehow this very high level and important computer program that's, as Mr. Deacon has asked you, is licensed to 7 countries all around the world and is that good and effective, somehow lost this data between June 26 and today?
The SARS computer program didn't corrupt or lose the file. The file would have been transferred from the SARS program to our records management program, and the upgrade of the records management program is most likely what lost or corrupted the SAROPS file.
So what we're showed on the screen, and you were asked questions about, when was that created?
The pictures that you showed me,
No, the pictures that Mr. Deacon showed you and which are an exhibit in the record,
Okay.
when was that created?
I would have recreated those drift analysis in April and the early beginning of May, the early part of May
Of this year?
of 2017. Yes, sir.
So this is something that you did at the request of whom?
At the request of Mr. Deacon and of yourself, sir.
Or who asked you initially to do it?
Initially on June 26, 2015,
You know, when you recreated this exhibit, the exhibit that no longer existed from when you first did it,
yeah,
when did you do that? I mean, you said in April or May?
of this year, yes, sir.
And when you created it, you know that the Commonwealth, the prosecution, was aware of where it claimed the body had been put in the water.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So basically, the prosecution wanted you to prepare a reverse drift analysis which showed that it could have come, that is, the object, the body could have come from the reserve channel to Deer Island.
No, I was asked to recreate these drifts to show what the computer would give us for an answer, providing the time frames and the weather data that was used.
Okay. And the result that you got and I have, I believe this is Exhibit 130 up on the screen. Do you see that,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Woodhead?
Yes.
So,
It's the last page of 130, I think.
yes.
It's actually 129, I think, or 130 is the former chalk.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right, 129.
Thank you. So we're dealing with Exhibit 129. So I'm circling that area. That's the area where you began your reverse drift analysis.
That's correct, sir.
And that's where you have the circle indicating the 10,000 particles that are imaginary particles that the computer uses.
That's correct.
And then that's the area of the reserve channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on this recreation, the colors that are shown at that location appear to be yellow and orange and beige. At least that's the way I would read it. How would you read it?
I see orange, yellow, blue, and green.
Okay. And what's the, of those colors, what's the highest probability?
It would be the orange area.
And what's the probability for the orange area?
The orange area, if I remember correctly, would be about 6.5% to 10.5%.
Okay. So still a low probability.
I would disagree, sir.
Well, I guess we can disagree, but there's the chance of that being the beginning point of this reverse drift analysis is between 6.5% out of 100, or 6.5 out of 100, or 10.5 out of 100.
No, sir. What those colors say is that it takes, for it to be orange, 6.5 to 10% of those 10,000 particles needed to turn that color orange. So you're talking anywhere from 650 particles to 1,050 particles approximately for it to turn orange.
Right, but isn't the point to determine the probability that an object placed in the water at that point would have gotten to the end point?
Say the question again, sir. I didn't hear the end of your question.
Isn't the point of putting the particles in to determine what the probability is that this was the beginning point of where the object went into the water?
The object is to put the particles in at the beginning point and drift it to try to figure out where the highest population of those particles are so that we can do a forward drift from that point. It is technically what this program is used for.
Okay, so this would indicate that 6.5 to 10.5% of the particles that were placed in the water at this point would have reached the end point.
If I understand your question correctly, you're saying that 6.5 to 10.5% of the particles would have moved from Deer Island to the reserve channel to turn that color or that area orange. That's correct.
And there were areas on this map which indicate that there were other areas in the harbor where there was a higher percentage of particles from which, if the body had been placed in another area, would have reached Deer Island, correct?
That's correct.
So, for example, up here, we have, looks like dark orange, or is that what you describe that as?
Dark orange or red, yes, sir.
Dark orange. And what's the probability, the percentage of particles from that area that would have reached Deer Island?
For the color to be red, it would have to be 10.5% to 100%.
So as many as 100% of the particles, if that were the beginning point, might have reached Deer Island.
But there's not 100% of the particles in there because there's particles elsewhere throughout Boston Harbor. What it's saying is that it needs 10.5% up to 100% for it to turn red. There's other areas where particles have gone, so it's less than 100%, but more than 10.5%.
Now, you also did some forward drift analysis, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And with a forward drift analysis, you started with the place where the body allegedly started, correct?
I'd have to look at my forward drift analysis, but I think it was close to where, well, it was. I was told to start it in an area of the reserve channel.
Okay. And you understood that you were told to start the forward drift analysis from an area where it was alleged that the body had been placed in the water.
That's correct.
And the purpose would be to see where the body might have wound up if it had been placed in the water on a particular day, where it would have wound up on June 25th.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you a document and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Is that a document showing a forward drift analysis which began at a place in the reserve channel on June 23rd and estimated, based on your programming, where the body might have wound up on June 25th of 2015?
Well, I don't know. It starts on June 23rd. I'm not sure when it ends. There's no end date on here. I don't know if there's more slides to this.
Well, on the basis of your recollection of what you did, it's true, is it not, that the end point, the end date in everything you did was June 25th, 2015, because that's when the body was found.
Correct.
Okay. So there'd be no point in doing a forward drift analysis to any other date than June 25th, would there?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so on this forward drift analysis, it begins with a point in the Fort Point channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any, does it indicate that there's any greater probability that that object would have wound up on Deer Island than anywhere else?
No, sir.
So tell me, how is it that if you did a reverse drift analysis from June 25th looking back to June 3rd, it comes out in the Fort Point channel, but if you do a forward drift analysis, assuming that the object went in the water on June 23rd, it doesn't show that it would wind up on Deer Island, which is here.
Right.
I'm going to do that again.
Well, if I remember correctly, this drift that I'm looking at right now, this is the end result of the drift on June 23rd at 8 o'clock in the morning. When the body was discovered on June 25th, there would have been 2 additional days of drift time, and that would change this screenshot or this SAROPS drift dramatically.
Well, my question had been, and I believe you answered, that this was a forward drift analysis which began on June 23rd and ended on June 25th. And so my question is, how is it that a forward drift analysis of 2 days from June 23rd to June 25th didn't come out with the same result that your reverse drift analysis from June 25th to June 23rd was?
Okay. The difference between a reverse drift and a forward drift, it's a little difficult to explain, but it's not a push me, pull me type thing, and it's not a pinpointed accuracy. When you do a reverse drift, it's going to give you an area or geographic reference of where to start your forward drift from. When you do a forward drift, In this case, it's a pinpointed location where we start from, and then it's going to drift forward over time, and again, it's going to give us an area. It's not going to pinpoint it.
Yeah, well, this doesn't give even a higher probability that on a forward drift beginning on June 23rd, it would end up more probably than anywhere else on Deer Island.
All right, but what I'm looking at here says June 23rd. It's not saying that this is the end drift on June 25th.
Yeah, but you were asked to do forward drift analysis which end on June 25th from a number of different days. That's what you said.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is the indication of the forward drift analysis, which you began on June 23rd and ended on June 25th, showing no greater probability that a drift would come from the reserve channel to Deer Island than anywhere else in Boston Harbor.
All right, but what I'm saying is, sir, that when I recreated or created the forward drift, I started it on this case here, June 23rd to the 25th of June. And I provided screenshots in 24-hour increments. This indicates to me that this is the first day of the drift, and not the next day or the day after.
Are you saying that you have other documents that indicate that there was a difference, that this was the first day of the drift? It shows June 23rd. That's the day you began the drift analysis.
Yes.
And you testified that that drift analysis was done from a number of different dates, all of which ended on June 25th.
Yes, and this one here shows that it started on June 23rd.
And ended on June 25th.
The drift would have ended on June 25th, but I'm not sure what I'm looking at is the result of June 25th.
Do you have any other document in your possession indicating that there is a different result?
In my possession right now? No, sir, I don't.
I offer this as the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Reiterate sidebar. 25th. This is not several drift analyses done from several days. This is what, as I understand it, defense counsel asked him to do, which is to assume the body was in the water on June 17th and ended up on Deer Island on June 25th. The page that he's seeking to introduce, I believe, is this page, which is one in a series of slides that together illustrate a forward drift analysis.
Okay, so you're objecting, you're saying that to pick out one day of this multi-page study would be misleading.
Particularly since I could draw your Honor's attention to, if you go to June 25th, which is the end of the forward drift, and look at Deer Island, it's colored yellow, which is in the moderate to higher range of the colors. So I think defense counsel should not be able to show him one page of I think it's an 8-page document, and say, what does this show? When in fact, defense counsel requested that this document be created, and is now asking the creator of it what I believe is a misleading question. So I think defense counsel should either introduce the entire forward drift analysis, to which I had no objection, or none of it.
Okay, so Mr. Shapiro, what about that?
The witness testified, I think, several times quite clearly that he was asked to do a forward drift analysis beginning on the assumption that the object, the body in this case, was placed in the water at the reserve channel. And that in each case, his purpose was to see from the point in time that he started what the forward drift analysis would indicate as to where the body, the likelihood of the body or object would be on June 25th, which is day, the time that it was discovered. So I asked him specifically whether or not the
Well, I can have the witness back in for voir dire, but what Mr. Deakins is saying is there was only one analysis performed that started June 17th, and this was at your request. So surely you know the answer to this. Was there more than one analysis, or was there one analysis? I can have the witness back, and he can look at this document that we're talking about, and clarify. I don't think his testimony was that clear on your cross-examination, which of course allows you to lead the witness. He was shown a single page and was asked what it was, and he gave some kind of explanation. But Mr. Deakins is representing that there was only one analysis done, and it was over multiple days.
That's
and this is
incorrect.
what?
That's incorrect. He did a forward drift analysis beginning on June 18th
Okay, well
to
maybe this,
determine where the body would have wound up on June 25th. He did another forward drift analysis beginning on June 19th to see where the object would have ended up.
Your
Okay,
Honor,
so,
if
I-
that's the case, it's never been provided to me in discovery. And I think that Mr. Shapiro is simply mistaken, because I was notified by the Coast Guard that Mr. Shapiro had made a request for a forward drift analysis, They asked me my position, and I said I have no position. If you're free to, agree to it or not. I don't take a position. They asked me, well, we would be inclined to do it. I said, fine. They said, we would like to give it to you since you reached out to us, and then you provided in discovery. I said, fine to that too. They provided me with one drift analysis. I provided that to defense counsel. Defense counsel at no time suggested to me where are the other drift analysis, what's going on here. I provided one.
and as far as you know, that's the only one.
As far as I know, that's the only one. If there are others, I don't have them, and they haven't been provided to me. They were provided in some other way, and I don't have them. But I think Mr. Shapiro, respectfully, is confused. A drift analysis starting on the 17th and going to the 25th will consist of slides, for lack of a better term, on the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, etc., to the 25th. That is what was produced by the Coast Guard. That's what I provided to defense counsel. It is not correct to say that a forward drift analysis was done for the 17th to the 25th, the 18th to the 25th, the 19th to the 25th. That would have been roughly 8 forward drift analyses. And if there are 8 forward drift analyses, I have never seen 7 of them.
Okay, well,
Well, I'll show.
well, you know what? The person who did this is right outside. So it seems to me we can put him on the witness stand and clarify this now. There's a separate issue, frankly, of whether Mr. Shapiro can use something, if there's separate drift analyses, whether he can use something that was never provided to Mr. Deacon. But I think there is an answer to this question, at least that first question, whether what this witness did. So I suggest we bring him back in and have a voir dire. Mr. Deacon, what do you think about that?
I think that's fine, right?
I don't know who asked the questions, who conducts this voir dire. It's Mr. Shapiro who's questioning the witness, so.
I would ask to conduct it only because, Your Honor, I think I'm in a position to quickly and efficiently help him focus on what the specific issue was.
Okay, I think that's right. I'm going to allow Mr. Deacon to ask the questions here. So by the way, I'm going to release the jury until 2 o'clock. Since this may take a little while, I'm going to have Mr. Deacon ask questions first, then Mr. Shapiro, you can ask some questions, and we'll make a decision.
I object to doing it that way.
Okay.
If the issue is one that came up on my cross-examination, I should be able to ask the question.
Well, I understand that, except Mr. Deacon stated for the record as an officer of the court that although this was at your request, this analysis was actually, the Coast Guard said, we're going to send you, Mr. Deacon, the analysis first, and then you're going to produce it to the defense counsel. So I think in that case, where frankly it kind of went that route, Mr. Deacon is in a position to at least clarify that part of it. You can ask as many questions as you like, so I'm not curtailing your voir dire, but I think this may be, it sounds to me, Mr. Shapiro, like you might be confused. And if it can be clarified, great. If it's not a result of your confusion, and we're dealing with something else entirely, we'll know that too. But I'm going to allow Mr. Deacon to ask the question first.
Why do you think I may be confused?
Why don't we let,
I mean, I don't get that.
because Mr. Deacon suggested it, and it
Okay,
makes sense
because
to
he
me.
suggested I may be confused.
Okay, I'm
You
sorry.
think I may be confused?
No, I think the way
I
Mr.
think
Deacon,
maybe Mr. Deacon is confused.
maybe that's right. Let's bring in the witness and have that resolved. So I'm going to allow Mr. Deacon to question first. We'll bring the witness back in. Jury's excused till 2.
No, you have whatever you got. I mean,
Just for the record, I asked defense counsel if I could see the several forward drift analysis that he is relying on in representing the court, and he said, no, he won't provide me that.
Mr. Shapiro,
Because Mr. Deacon claims to have them. Why should, again, I have to
this is
provide-
not something that he was going to be using as an exhibit. He's asking to use, it's the same document. He had it first, he gave it to you, whether, you know, if it's in his file someplace, but not here in court, I'm not gonna get into. I think, Mr. Shapiro, give him this drift analysis that you're using here. The one that Mr. Deacon provided you.
Can we have this marked as an...
Yes, Mr. Deacon, just let me have him, can you take a look at it? Is this this is the document we're talking about that you said you got from the Coast Guard and that you then provided to Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
These pages are one document.
Okay, so
that I
why don't we
provided
mark
to
it,
defense counsel.
let's mark that for identification, okay? Yeah. Whoever brings it up to the court reporter, I don't care, and make sure they're somehow stapled, to- or they, yes, they're together, okay?
ID C.
Okay. Z, appropriate.
No, I've got it. I've got it digital.
Okay,
Ready,
have the
Your Honor?
witness take the witness stand.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Woodhead.
Hi, sir.
Mr. Woodhead, as trial in this case approached, you had meetings both with me and police officer as well as the defense team. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at the meeting with defense team, it's my understanding that you were asked to do something with respect to forward drift analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
What were you asked by defense counsel to do with respect to forward drift analysis?
I was asked to do a forward drift analysis using the same search object with the starting point in the area of the reserve channel.
And what were the dates that you were asked to assume for the sake of your forward drift analysis?
If I remember right, the forward drift analysis was from the 17th of June until the 25th of June.
Did you prepare that forward drift analysis?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you did you give it to someone to provide to the prosecution?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you give it to?
I gave it to the Coast Guard District Legal Office.
And I'm gonna. I think it's on your screen actually already.
Yes, it is.
And I think it should be on your honor screen and defense counsel's screen. Oh, you want the big one? Okay. And now I'm putting it up on the gallery as well. So, and I'm just going to show you, sort of move through these slides quite quickly, and ask you. Oh, I should do it as a slideshow, shouldn't I? So you can actually see it. So I'm going to show you. Is this the first slide of what you were asked to do?
Yes, it is.
And what does this represent? Briefly, you don't have to lay it out, but what generally are we seeing here?
It's the first day of drift on the 17th of June.
Now showing you the second slide, what are we seeing here?
I apologize. Can we go back one slide, sir? I'm
Yes.
sorry. This is the result, the final drift on the 25th of June. The next slide you showed me is the first day on the 17th.
This is the final result of the forward drift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is, what are we seeing on this slide, slide 2?
This is the first day of the drift on June 17th.
And what's this on slide 3?
Day 2, June 18th.
Slide 4?
The June 19th of the drift.
Slide 5?
June 20th.
Slide 6?
June 21st.
Slide 7?
June 22nd.
Slide 8?
June 23rd.
Slide 9?
June 24th.
And slide 10?
June 25th.
And is this actually a recapitulation of the first slide?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Are these documents, do these comprise one forward drift analysis or more than one forward drift analysis?
It's one forward drift analysis.
Would it be accurate in any way to say that, looking at the slide that is titled June 23rd, 2015, 0800 local time, that this is either the beginning point or the end point of this forward drift analysis? Would it be accurate to say that this slide that's now on the screen dated June 23rd is either the beginning, represents the beginning of the drift analysis, or the end of the drift analysis?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
So, Mr. Woodhead, is it your testimony that you, beginning at the beginning, this is a forward drift analysis from June 17th through June 25th of 2015?
That's correct.
With a beginning point of a point in the Fort Point channel.
Objection. Defense counsel says Fort Point.
I mean, not Fort Point channel, the reserve channel.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And so on this drift analysis, assuming, this assumed that the object was in the water on June 17th, correct?
Yes.
And the probability that it ended up in the Deer Island area is indicated by a yellow color.
That's correct.
And what's the probability of that based on the drift analysis that you did?
If I remember correctly, the yellow is 4.5% to about 6.5%.
Okay. So that indicates that that probability of the particles arriving on the Deer Island area, if the body was placed in the water on June 17th.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that this only indicates where the drift would have occurred if the body, when the body was placed in on that day?
That's correct. There's very little movement because there's very little time for the drift to start there.
So what's the end point of June 17th, 2015? You indicated that to do a drift analysis, you have to have a beginning point and an end point.
Yes.
So what's the end point for this?
The end point would be June 25th. The starting point is June 17th.
Okay. So the end point on this page is June 25th.
No, the end point on this page is June 17th. This isn't the end. This
Well,
is the very beginning.
What's the beginning point? In other words, don't you have to have two dates to begin and to end to find out what the probability is of something that's put in the water at a certain time ends up somewhere else at another time? So my question is, with this screenshot that says only June 17th, 2015, 8 o'clock or 800, I take it is military time?
0800 local time,
Okay,
LCL.
so that's 8 o'clock in the morning. What's the end point for this? How long has this person drifted, or this object drifted?
On June 17th, not very long at all, probably minutes.
But I'm asking you, what's the end point? You said June 17th is the beginning point.
Correct.
In order to calculate drift, you need an end point, a time and a day. And I'm asking you, what's the time and the day that you calculated on this shot to indicate the amount of time that this object drifted?
Sure. If I could speak freely for a minute and explain SAROPS a little bit, I believe there might be a misunderstanding. The begin time is June 17th for this forward drift, and the end time is June 25th. During that 7 or 8 day period, however long it is, it's a fluid movement from the beginning of June 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning until June 25th at 8 o'clock in the morning. Anywhere along that drift time, you can stop the movement. SAROPS is updated in hourly increments. I could not provide hourly screenshots for a week period, so I chose to do 24-hour increments of the screenshots for the drift period of June 17th until June 25th. I don't know if that helps you in understanding it better.
So you're saying that this screenshot indicates the likely drift over the period of a day?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that this screenshot that we're looking at is showing the drift on June 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning when the drift started. If you recall, at the very beginning of today, I said that SAROPS will take 50% of the particles and put it within the green circle and 45% within the dotted circle, and then there's 5% outliers. That's what we're looking at here, is we're looking at 50% of the particles going within the green circle, 45 within the dotted circle, and then the 5% outliers. This is the very beginning of the movement of the drift.
So you're saying that this just indicates where the particles began at the time that the drift analysis began.
That's correct,
And
yes,
it
sir.
doesn't indicate any period of drift.
That's correct.
All right, so now on June 18th, I have a screenshot from June 18th, and there's a green dot in the middle.
Yes, sir.
What does this screenshot indicate?
The green dot in the middle indicates where the drift started from, and the probability grid shows 24 hours after the start of the drift on June 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning. So this is 24 hours after the start of the drift.
All right, so you're saying that this screenshot indicates where the probability that the object would have arrived between June 17th and 18th?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And this indicates the probability of where the object would have arrived between June 17th and 19th?
Yes, sir.
And so are you saying that none of these shots, except the first one, which shows the overall pattern beginning on June 17th and ending on June 25th, does not show the specific area that of probability of ending on June 25th?
Can we click through the rest of the slide, sir? Will that be okay?
Sure. June 21st,
Yes, sir.
June 22nd,
Yes, sir.
June 23rd,
Yes, sir.
June 24th,
Sir.
and June 25th.
Thank you.
So, is that your testimony, that each slide shows where the drift, the forward drift analysis would have ended on the particular date on the screenshot, assuming that it began on June 17th?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So, just so I'm clear, on the June 23rd slide shot, this indicates that an object placed in the water on June 23rd, on June 17th, the probability of where it would have ended up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later is represented here.
Yes, sir.
So, at least based on the time and tides between June 17th and June 23rd, those 6 days, there's no greater probability that it would have ended up on Deer Island than basically anywhere else in the harbor, with the exception of up here.
That's correct.
And if it were in the water another day, there is a what is the green probability?
Green probability, I believe, was 2.5 to 4.5%, sir.
Okay, so then there's a greater probability if it is in the water for 7 days, greater probability of Deer Island than anywhere else in the harbor.
Yes, sir.
With the exception of maybe up here, right?
Correct.
And then after being in the water for 8 days, there's a yellow probability that it wound up on Deer Island.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, so can we excuse this witness until 2 o'clock? And we can keep, we'll stay here and argue, and I'll rule on the objection. But you're excused, sir, until 2 o'clock.
All righty.
Okay, so Mr. Shapiro,
I'd be happy to have him clarify what he meant. I thought, on the basis of his testimony, that he was talking about the drift beginning on the particular day and ending on June 25th. He's clarified that.
okay.
And I will clarify his position.
Well, I think Mr. Deacon, though, is what's your position now?
So I
Since we've
withdraw.
clarified the situation, Mr. Deacon, what is your? I think Mr. Shapiro, are you still intending to introduce a single page from this multi-page forward drift analysis?
No, I think I'll withdraw that specific page, and if I decide to introduce it, I'll introduce the entire exhibit.
In which case there would be no objection.
Okay, so, but I don't think the jury should be left with the impression, I mean, they didn't see it, but that there's somehow kind of a mismatch here. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Well, I said I'll clarify when he comes back.
Okay, okay, so it's either the whole document gets in evidence or not. Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same page. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise, please.
afternoon, Mr. Woodhead.
Hi, sir.
One of the things I want to try to understand, Mr. Woodhead, is in the drift analysis that you do, or did in this case, you assumed, did you not, an item, an object floating just a few feet below the surface of the water?
I assume that the object is floating on the surface or very near the surface. SAROPS will only drift an object within the top 3 feet of the water column.
So the SAROPS program only deals with currents that are on the surface of the water.
Correct.
And so if there's an item on the bottom of the ocean, or on the ocean floor or the harbor floor, the program can't do anything with that.
That's correct.
And if there were an object that was weighted down on the harbor floor, the program couldn't do anything.
That's correct.
So the assumption is that whatever it is floating.
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, you don't know personally at any point in time when the body that was found on Deer Island was actually floating on the surface anywhere.
No, sir, I don't.
Now, am I correct that when the police contacted the Coast Guard on June 25th to ask for a reverse drift analysis, the purpose was to try to determine where the body had come from?
That's correct.
Because if they were able to determine where the body had come from, they might have been able to gather evidence related to any possible crime if there had been.
I can't answer that question on the behalf of the police. I don't know what they would have done with the product of the reverse drift or the results of the reverse drift. I would assume that's what they would use it for, but I don't know for certain.
True, you're not a police officer, but it's fair to say that the reason they wanted the drift analysis was to find out where the body had come from, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if they were able to identify that area, it's fair to say that they might have obtained evidence.
I believe so, yes.
So, presumably that's why your colleague, I think his name is Dean Drake, responded promptly.
I would assume so, yes.
Now, the next day, when you learned or reviewed that drift analysis and thought you could make it more accurate, you did the analysis, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that analysis to the police?
No, sir, I did not.
So, although in your analysis you did identify an area in the Black Falcon Channel where, at least looking back on the reverse drift analysis, there was a heightened probability that that's where the body began from, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You didn't inform the police that that area was the area.
No, sir, I did not.
And in fact, it wasn't until sometime in the middle of September that any evidence was ever recovered in the Black Falcon Channel area.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I don't think this witness is in a position to testify to that. No personal knowledge, Mr. Shapiro.
so when you did your, recreated well, not recreated, but when you did your analysis the first time on June 26th, what did you do with your analysis?
I let my supervisor know that I recalculated the drift and let him know what the results were.
Okay. And that was it? You didn't do anything more?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were aware that Dean Drake had provided his analysis to the state police the day before?
Yes, I did.
I have nothing further.
Please, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Woodhead, in any drift analysis, or reverse drift analysis for that matter, based on your experience, are there more of the, I forget what they're called, the floating things?
The particles?
Are there more particles that turn out to be in the right place once you found the item, or more particles that turn out to be in the wrong place?
In any given SAR case?
Yes.
The program is accurate, if that's what you're referring to. But yes, we do locate search objects using the program.
No, that's not what I mean. I know that part, but I guess what I'm asking is, in a probabilistic search, when you actually find, when you find what you're looking for, and you look back at it and see where all the particles have gone, typically speaking, are there more particles that are right there where the thing was, or more particles in other places?
More particles where the object is located.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But then there would be particles in other places too as well.
Correct.
And if I could just ask you, why didn't you, when you did your new the revised search on June 26th, the revised drift analysis, reverse drift analysis that you did the next day, why didn't you then forward that on to the police that had asked you for it?
When I spoke with my supervisor, we discussed it, and the Coast Guard's not, we don't search for or recover bodies. We search for live people, and we felt that if the state police or the Boston police needed any more information from us, that they would contact us.
And I've lost track of the exhibit number. I think it's 129, Your Honor, the reverse drift analysis.
Yes.
But I'm showing that for the jury. So, looking at this reverse,
Can the jury see it on their screen?
I think everybody.
Okay.
Looking at this reverse drift analysis, this is the one that you had, the updated one that you did.
Sir?
There are quite a range of places on this map that the body that was recovered might have come from, probabilistically, is that right?
Yes.
Not necessarily terribly helpful to the police in figuring out exactly where Bella Bond had come from, is it?
Well, no, it's not.
I mean, if you're looking at this from the point of view of you don't know who she is and you're trying to find out where she came from,
Right.
There's a lot of places on here she might have come from, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to reiterate, well, no, that's no further questions.
Well, looking at this exhibit that's up there is 129 and one of the pages of it, there are only a few what we might call hotspots, right?
That's correct.
So there are only a few places where there's a high probability that the body may have come from.
I see 3 or 4 possible places.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say that wouldn't have been helpful, well, if the police had 4 places to look for evidence, that might have been helpful, wouldn't it?
I would assume so. I'm not a policeman.
Okay.
I don't know how.
All right, but when Mr. Deacon asked you whether it would have been helpful, you said you don't think so. But if you narrow it down to the hot spots, the high probability areas, then it probably would have been helpful.
Possibly, but when I look at this, sir, from a search and rescue point of view or a search point of view, I see hotspots that are near or on Logan Airport. For somebody to enter the airport and get to the shoreline of the airport to put something in is pretty slim that something like that would happen. So that would, for me, for a starting point, would narrow it down even more to other places in Boston.
All right, so that would even narrow it further if you exclude the airport. Then there'd only be maybe 2 or 3 points.
Correct.
Now, let me get this straight. You knew that the police were interested in information on the 25th, and your office provided that information on the 25th.
Yes.
But then on the 26th, you learned that that information was not as accurate as it could be.
Correct.
So instead of providing that information to the police to basically correct the inaccurate or less accurate information you provided the day before, you and your supervisor decided, well, if the police want more information, they'll come and ask for it.
That's correct.
But how would the police know that the information that you provided the day before wasn't accurate?
They wouldn't have.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts call Timothy Woods.
Sir, right this way. Sir, you're gonna stop right here, you're gonna raise your right hand, you can face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give this court and jury and the issue now pending from the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, please.
That's right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Woods.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you please to introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Timothy Woods, and my last name is spelled W-O-O-D-S.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am a crime scene responder, forensic chemist with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, and I'm also a supervisor in the Drug Identification Unit.
And how long have you worked for the state police in that capacity?
Approximately 7 years.
Can you please describe your educational background that's prepared you for this work, starting with college?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry from Hobart College, and I have a Master of Science in Chemistry from the Rochester Institute of Technology.
And can you please describe your professional background, beginning with whenever you began working in this field?
Yes, so when I graduated from grad school, I went and worked for a private company that did medical device testing, but used many of the same analytical techniques that I use in my current job.
And went from what period to what period did you work there?
That went from January 2009 to July of 2010. And in August of 2010, that's when I joined the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And have you been doing the kind of work that you do now throughout that 7-year period?
That's correct.
Are you a member of any professional associations relevant to your work in the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes. I'm a associate member of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists, and I'm a member of the Clandestine Laboratory Investigating Chemists Association.
Did you become involved in some way in this case, this murder case?
That's correct.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to examine a vehicle.
Who asked you?
Trooper Daniel Herman.
And what was the vehicle? What type of vehicle were you asked to examine?
It was a gray 2002 Chevy Cavalier 4-door.
And what were you asked to do with respect to the Chevy Cavalier?
I was asked to examine both the exterior and interior of the vehicle for possible biological specimens to collect.
And what type, when you say possible biological specimens, what typically would you look for when you're asked to look for biological specimens?
During that exam, I was looking for visual red-brown stains that could be consistent with blood.
And did you locate, first of all, can you describe the overall appearance of the car?
Yes. So I started off by examining the exterior of the vehicle, which I noted had minor damage. I then moved on to examining the interior. I examined the passenger cabin area first, which I noted was dirty and had various articles of clothing and paper throughout the interior. I noted a piece of plastic on the rear driver's side seat that had a red-brown stain on it. After I examined the interior of the vehicle, I moved on to examining the trunk. I noted that the trunk was filled with various items. These included various articles of clothing, various papers, a lockbox, a toolbox, and various white cords. During my examination of the trunk, I did note several areas of red-brown stains or red stains. These included a red-brown stain on a white cord that was in the trunk, a red-brown stain that was on a cushion, a red-brown stain that was on a piece of paper, a red stain that was on the passenger side wheel well in the trunk, and a light brown stain that was in the crease in between the seat in the rear of the vehicle where it had access to the trunk.
I'm going to show you 2 photographs and ask you if you recognize what they depict. Oh, I'm sorry. And ask you if you recognize what these photographs depict.
This is the Chevy Cavalier that I examined.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal or depiction of how the car appeared viewed from the front when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And where did just remind us where the examination took place?
I examined this vehicle at the Massachusetts State Police H Troop Barracks in South Boston.
And showing you a second photograph, do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, this is the trunk of the vehicle with the various items that I noted.
Ask that these be marked next to sequential exhibits, Your Honor.
There's no objection, so we'll give it.
Mr. Wood, showing you what's now exhibit 132 and publishing that to the jury. Is that the license plate that was on the car when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And I believe you said that you found, and is that the trunk as it appeared when you examined it?
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you indicated that you found reddish brown staining on a piece of plastic on the rear driver's side door. Did you testify to that?
In the rear driver's side area, yes.
Okay. Several reddish-brown stains in the trunk area.
That's correct.
And then was there another one in the passenger compartment that I'm...
There was a light brown stain on the edge of the seat where it folded down, where you would have access to the trunk between the passenger compartment and the trunk area.
And did you collect these stains, or did you take samples of these stains in some way?
I performed a preliminary screening for the presence of blood on each of these stains.
And what was the result of the preliminary screening?
The results of those screenings were that all were negative.
So, as the overall examination, you did not find any evidence of blood in the car?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. DeCarlo?
So is it fair to say, Mr. Wood, that you didn't find any forensic evidence as a result of your examination of the interior and exterior and trunk of the car which links Michael McCarthy to any activity?
There was no forensic evidence that I collected from the car.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts called Carol Settlesing.
So you're gonna start right here, you're gonna raise your right hand, you're gonna face the clerk.
You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give this court and jury and the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Swear to head, son.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Settlesing. Could I ask you please to introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Carol Sital Singh. First name Karrol. Last Setalsingh.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police.
And are you a trooper?
Yes.
How long, well, where do you work, where are you assigned now?
I'm assigned to crime scene services out of the Boston office.
And what are your responsibilities in the crime scene services?
Yes. We respond to crime scenes at the request of state, federal, and local law enforcement agencies. Part of the duties consist of documenting crime scenes, processing the crime scenes, and collecting and preserving physical evidence.
How long have you worked in crime scene services?
I've been in crime scene for going on 22 years.
And before that, what kind of work did you do with the state police?
I was in the field.
And what's involved in the field?
That's working out of a barracks. You're assigned the patrol sector.
Have you received specialized education or training to prepare you to perform your functions in crime scene services?
Yes, I have.
Could you briefly outline that education and training for the jury?
Yes. I've taken courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene documentation, preservation of crime scenes, collection and preservation of physical evidence, and also processing crime scenes for latent impressions.
And when you say latent impressions, is there a name that people might be more familiar with for that what that is?
Yes. Fingerprints. The term latent is used because in most cases you don't see them with the naked eye. The item has to be processed to make them visible, as opposed to a fingerprint where we know the source of that print, and that's called a known print.
And have you received training? Do you also, in addition to collecting fingerprints, do you also analyze or examine fingerprints?
Yes.
And have you received training in that field?
Yes.
Please describe that.
That involves once you have a latent, you compare it with a known print, if there is a known print.
So let me just stop you for a second before you get into that. Just can you discuss the education and training that you've received to prepare you to do this process?
Yes. I've taken courses taught by the state police and also by outside agencies and also with the FBI Academy. And that involves basically knowing pattern types in fingerprints, knowing the formation of ridge detailed, unique features of fingerprints, such as ending ridges, bifurcations, enclosures. So I have a foundation of the various pattern types, and also the ridge flow and the ridge characteristics of prints.
So let me interrupt you for ask you to step back a half step and explain, if you would, what is a fingerprint?
On the surface of our palms and sole of our feet, the skin is not
Number of latent prints you've actually analyzed.
precisely.
Did you become involved in the case of at that time, unknown baby girl whose body washed up on Deer Island in Winthrop in June of 2015?
Yes.
And if you could summarize did you do, were you involved in one way or more than one way?
More than one.
Could you just, first off, summarize, give us an overview of your involvement in the case, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about at least part of that involvement.
Certainly. On June 25th of 15, I was dispatched along with Trooper Quigley, who was also in my unit, to Winthrop, Deer Island. On arrival, we met with investigators from Suffolk County State Police Detective Unit, and they informed us that bags with what appeared to be remains in it seemed to washed up along the shore. I did a visual examination of the scene, making notation of items relatively close to the main subject. Then I took photographs to document the scene and placed in placards of items of importance or what we deemed to be important. And then the scene was videotaped by Trooper Quigley.
I'm going to ask you more questions about the work that you did at the scene, but beyond the scene work that you did, what other involvement did you have in the case?
Yes. After securing from the scene, Trooper Quigley and I responded to our lab in Boston at the Medical Examiner's Building, where we secured items of evidence that we had collected. At some time later on that day, we did what's called trace examination on the decedent. And that involves taking the decedent into a secure area where we utilize crime scope, and we go over the decedent with utilizing different light waves to see if any items that foreign to the subject matter would become visible.
What was your next involvement in the case?
From there, we again collected and preserved items of evidence. At some point later, I was notified to take additional pictures for Dr. Niels for the autopsy.
Do you recall when that was?
If I may, Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
You may.
Thanks. Yes, I took additional pictures for Dr. Niels on July 08.
July 8 of 2015?
That is correct.
And was it your understanding, were there other medical examiners, or was there another medical examiner there with Dr. Niels?
Not that I recall on that particular day.
What's the next involvement that you had with the case?
The next involvement was taking footprints of the decedent,
And do you recall when you did that?
if I may again.
Yes.
Thanks. Yes, that was on July 27th.
And what was the purpose of taking inked footprints of baby doe?
The investigators were exhausting all possible means of identification or methods that could be used to identify the decedent, because we had no idea who it was.
And where was your next involvement in the case? What was your next involvement in the case?
My next involvement was that I was notified to respond to South Boston. It was at L Street at East First Street to meet up with Sergeant Holland from Suffolk State Police Detective Unit.
For what purpose?
For the purpose of documenting points of interest along the harbor.
And did you have any further involvement after that?
Yes. After that, later on that day, I responded to Maxwell Street in Dorchester.
And just to step back for a minute, when you were documenting points of interest in L Street, is that photographing?
Yes.
And what were you photographing?
Along the harbor, where it meets the shoreline, and where several pylons were stationary in the water. And also, I took advantage of the opportunity to photograph the broad scenery, looking directly across the harbor to where the cruise ships were docked. And to my left and right, I took pictures of a broad area of the scene.
And was there police activity going on there at the time other than you photographing?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you said later you were asked to go to Maxwell Street?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Again, as the investigation continued, they wanted documentation of an apartment building. I believe the dwelling itself was 115 Maxwell Street, and the unit in question was number 2.
Trooper Settle Singh, and what was your involvement in documenting that search warrant? That was the execution of a search warrant?
That is correct.
And what was your involvement?
My involvement was to, as requested by the investigators, to photograph points of interest.
Taking you back to June 25th, 2015, when you were at the Harborside Beach in Winthrop, what evidence did you collect from the scene?
I collected two plastic bags, one being a large clear white plastic bag. I collected 2 plastic bottles, One of them being a Nestle water bottle and the other being Gatorade. And then, of course, the decedent was removed by the team from the medical examiner's office.
And did you recover a baby blanket from the scene?
That is correct, I did.
Did you recover any evidence after that? I know you talked about the trace evidence, but did you recover evidence after that from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What was that?
I recovered 2 large black plastic trash bags.
And what was your understanding? Had you seen those trash bags before?
Yes.
Where did you see them before?
I saw them at the on-site at the scene.
And what were they doing, or where were they with respect to the decedent when you first saw them?
They encased the decedent. In other words, the decedent was inside these bags.
So why did you, if the decedent was inside the bags at the scene, why was it that you ultimately recovered them from the medical examiner's office?
Because it's certainly proper protocol to take the matter as is in all its component and transport it to a secured facility, as opposed to being out on the beach where it can be further documented and items collected in a systematic manner, and also where it can be, if need be, preserved in the best possible fashion, depending on the nature of the item.
Now, you indicated that you recovered pieces of 2 plastic bags from the scene, as well as, I think you said, a Nestle, 2 bottles.
Correct.
Do you recall what kind of bottles they were?
Yes. One was the Nestle water bottle, and the other was the great Gatorade bottle.
And did you analyze the items that you recovered from the scene?
I did, yes.
How?
After transporting them back to the lab and entering them into evidence, I retrieved them from the evidence room at some point and processed them for latent prints, utilizing one of the methods I discussed earlier, which was superglue fuming.
Did you analyze all 5 of those items with superglue fuming?
No, just 4.
Which is the one that you didn't use? Which is the one you didn't process using superglue fuming?
The one I didn't process was the blanket.
And why didn't you process the blanket?
Because there were no probative value from my scope of the investigation to doing that. That would be something that would be done by the criminals.
Could you look for latent fingerprints on the blanket?
No.
Why not?
Because of the material, the nature that it's cloth and fabric, and it's not conducive to leaving a latent.
Can you describe the result of your examination of the 2 pieces of plastic bag that you took from the scene and the 2 bottles that you just described?
Yes. After processing the items, as mentioned, and examining them, the plastic bags, I did not observe any friction ridge detail.
Did that surprise you?
No.
Why not?
Again, because the bags, they were exposed to the elements, and fingerprints are in fact very fragile. Wind, humidity, water, things, those forces will have an adverse effect on fingerprints. So I was not surprised at all.
And what about the 2 bottles?
I did, after examining, saw partial friction ridge detail in those items.
Were you able to compare the friction ridge detail on those items to known fingerprints?
No, I was unable to because they lacked sufficient quality and quantity of detail to make that comparison.
Trooper, you indicated that you also recovered 2 knotted black plastic bags from the Office of the Medical Examiner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you photograph them in some way?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness, if I may, Your Honor, 3 photographs. First, this photograph. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in the photograph?
The photograph is showing the 2 plastic bags as recovered at the medical examiner's building office.
And are there still knots visible in those bags?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how those bags appeared when you recovered them in the medical examiner's office? Oh, here. Counsel, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you a second picture. Do you recognize what that's a picture of?
Yes, I do.
What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of one of the plastic bags.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the plastic bag appeared to you when you recovered it in the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
I'm showing you another picture. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the other bag, plastic bag, as recovered then.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how that bag appeared to you?
Yes.
Ask that these be marked next 3 sequential exhibits. Publishing these to the jury. Trooper Siddlesing, this is exhibit 134. I believe you indicated that this was a picture of the 2 plastic bags together. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in this photograph, can you see the knots in each of the plastic bags?
Yes.
And on the plastic bag on the left of the photograph, where is the knot?
The one on the left, you can see a knot somewhere like in the center of the bag.
As it's sitting there.
That is correct.
And on the right?
On the right, it's to the upper right of the bag.
So first, a closer up view, exhibit 135 of the bag on the left. Does that give a slightly better view of the knot?
Absolutely.
Still in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
And exhibit 136, I think, the second bag, slightly closer up, are you able to see where the knot is? Does that give a better view of the knot?
Yes.
Where is that?
In this photograph, it appears to be at the end to my left.
So we're indicating here?
Yes.
So to the extreme left of the photograph, Your Honor? And in your opinion, were these knots, how loosely or tightly tied were these knots?
They weren't extremely tight.
Were they loose?
No.
Were they tight enough to keep out water?
I would surmise yes.
Now, did you did you process these bags?
I did, yes.
How did you do that?
After drying the bags, because they were soaked with, of course, water and bodily fluids. So initially they were placed in a drying cabinet. Once removed from the cabinet, I superglued the bags.
Did you superglue them exactly as they appear in this picture?
No.
What was the difference between their condition in these pictures and when you superglued them?
When I superglued the bags, I untied the knots.
And why did you untie the knots?
Because given that fingerprints are fragile, and I know that if they were submerged in the water for a long time, chances are those prints would be destroyed. I reasoned that if there's a protected area, it would be the knot itself. So I untied it to do my processing in the event that if there is a print, it was protected by the knot itself.
And when you processed the bags, did you discover any friction ridge detail on either bag?
No, I did not.
And did that surprise you?
No.
Why not?
It did not surprise me because, as stated previously, the nature of the prints are extremely delicate and they're susceptible to environmental conditions, wind, temperature, and certainly water. And I know that if an item is submerged in water for an extended period of time, based on my training and experience, it was unlikely that I would find a latent print.
You indicated that you didn't seek to fingerprint the blanket or to process the blanket for latent prints. Did you consider processing the leggings that the deceased child was wearing?
No, I did not.
Why not?
For similar reasons. Being fabric, and again, it's out of my scope. That would be something that would be more appropriately examined or processed by the criminalists.
Just to be clear, when you say it's out of your scope, do you mean that the criminalists would then process it for latent prints?
Sorry, no, not for latent prints, but for forensic evidence.
And did you consider, did you attempt to locate latent prints on the child's body?
No.
Why not?
If I may, it was in a state of decomposition.
And what's the significance of that to the question of trying to recover fingerprints?
The body itself was broken down. So for us to apply methods to recover print wouldn't be conducive. Plus, again, the subject matter was submerged in water, and as stated earlier, it would affect latent print adversely.
I have no further questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, could I ask you guys one more question?
Trooper, I'm sorry. It just occurred to me to ask you this. So, when you untied the knots, did you retie them after you processed the items?
No, I did not.
So, if the items are now in a state, plastic bags, like in this photo, but with no knots in them, would that surprise you?
No.
And why not?
Because I untied them.
Nothing further.
Trooper Settlesing, in connection with your investigation, am I correct that you did not find any forensic evidence that linked Mr. McCarthy to this crime?
I did not, in relation to my investigation, I did not recover any latent fingerprints.
Okay. And you indicated you did other kinds of investigation?
Well, I am the crime scene analyst, so my primary function is of crime scene investigation, which involves documentation, processing, and collection and preservation of physical evidence.
And in connection with your documentation, collecting and preserving, you didn't find any evidence in any way linking Mr. McCarthy to this crime, did you?
In terms of fingerprints, no.
Or anything else?
I processed for fingerprints, and again, I did not recover any latent prints.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Your excuse.
Thank you.
People in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts call Abby Scott.
today?
You're gonna start right here, you're gonna raise your right hand, you're gonna raise your close.
You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give this court and jury in the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Scott.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you please to introduce yourself to the jurors and spell both first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Abby Scott, Abbey Scott.
And how are you employed, Ms. Scott?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what are your responsibilities in that capacity?
I am a supervisor in the criminalistics unit. In the criminalistics unit, we examine evidence that's been submitted to the crime laboratory by various agencies. We examine clothing, weapons, sexual assault kits, among other items. We examine these items for biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, blood stain patterns, and gunshot residues. I also respond to crime scenes to assist in the collection and preservation of evidence and testify in court when called to do so.
Can you please tell the jury your educational background that's prepared you for this role?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Massachusetts College of the Liberal Arts and a Master of Forensic Science degree from the University of New Haven.
And when did you graduate from each of those schools?
From Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts in 2000 and from the University of New Haven in 2004.
Can you please discuss your professional backgrounds, either after college or after graduate school, whichever makes sense in your case, that's led to your current role?
I've worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for approximately 12 years. 1 year I was, I worked in various units doing quality control duties, taking temperatures, making different reagents, and then I moved into the criminalistics unit. I spent the first 9 months training, and then I became a what we call a chemist 2 at the time, and in that capacity I was able to perform casework.
And how long have you been a supervisor?
Approximately 7 years.
Did you at some point become involved in investigation into the discovery of a deceased girl in a bag at Harborside Beach in Winthrop in June of 2015?
I did.
And what was your first involvement in that case?
I processed some evidence at the crime lab.
So did you yourself actually go to the scene?
I did not.
And what items, so if someone submitted items to you? Or
Yes.
to the crime lab?
To the crime lab, yes.
And do you know who it was that submitted those items?
I would have to look at my notes.
Made a witness.
Yes. For the first round of testing, Carol Settlesing submitted one item, and a few items were also submitted by Jennifer Colburn.
And what were the items that were submitted to you for analysis?
Item 1-3, a blanket. Item 5-1, a blanket. Item 5-2, a pair of pants. And item 5-3, which was an evidence collection kit.
When you say evidence collection kit, is that also called a sexual assault evidence collection kit?
It is.
And just to be clear, the term doesn't somehow imply there was a sexual assault. It's just collecting evidence to document if there was any evidence of a sexual assault. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it means nothing that it's called that, other than to let you know what procedures to follow. Is that correct? I'm just trying to be clear that it doesn't, that somebody performed a sexual assault evidence collection kit doesn't say that there was a sexual assault. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Let me ask you, first of all, with respect to the blanket and the pants, I'm going to show you. Actually, maybe if you could put them on. I'm going to show you, and you don't have to remove these from bags unless it will help you to examine them, but I'm going to show you what's been marked. In this case, is Exhibit 93. Do you recognize Exhibit 93?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 93?
This is the item 1-3, the blanket that I examined.
And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 92 and ask you if you recognize what that is.
This is item 5-1, the second blanket that I examined.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 91 and ask you if you recognize what that is. And if you could just remove the item at least partially from the bag so the jurors are reminded what item 91 is. And do you recognize what that is?
Yes, these are the 5-2, the pants that I examined.
And if you would, please summarize for the jury what type of examination you conducted with respect to each of these three items, and however it makes sense to do it in whatever order makes sense to you.
Item 1-3, I began with I began by taking photographs of the item. I then performed.
Can you tell us which one is 1-3?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 1-3, the pink and white blanket.
Also called butterfly blanket, is that?
I believe there were butterflies on it. Yes.
So please continue.
I began with a visual examination of the blanket, and I then used an alternate light source, which is it's a light. It's kind of like a fancy flashlight. I have a special pair of goggles that I wear, and I shine the light onto the blanket, and it allows me to see stains that I can't see with the naked eye. I marked those areas. For this case, I then performed a test called the acid phosphatase test, and that is it's a screening test to see if there's semen present on an item. I used that test on all of the additional stains that I found using the alternate light source.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Is there more?
It's okay. I then removed all of the results. All of the stains were negative for the presence of semen. So I then collected trace and identified several of the items, several of the trace items as different kinds of hair.
Did you do the similar examination on the zebra print blanket?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that examination?
The results, there were 2 stains that were positive for the presence of semen using this particular test. So I moved on to perform additional testing on those particular stains. I started with an extraction for sperm cells. That just involves taking a very small piece of the stain, the stained area, putting it into a small tube and adding some chemicals to it. I then am able to take a portion of the portion of what's left over after the process and spot it onto a microscope slide. I look at the microscope slide to see if there are any sperm cells present.
Did you identify any sperm cells?
There were none on either of the 2 stains that I looked at.
And what if any conclusion do you draw from that?
That there were no sperm cells in the areas that I tested.
Please continue discussing your analysis.
For those two stains, I moved on to a test called for semenogelin. That's a protein that's found in semen. The test looks very similar to a pregnancy test. You add the sample. I add the sample to the test well. It travels up a strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative. In this case, both of those stains were negative for the presence of semenogelin. And I also tested both of those stains for amylase, which is a constituent of saliva. Again, I just used a small portion of the sample, and the test is very similar to the first test. It's I add the sample to the sample. It's similar to a pregnancy test. I added the sample to the well. Sample travels up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative. And in this case, both stains were positive for amylase, which is, again, a constituent of saliva.
Did you do any further testing on the blanket, or should we move on to the pants?
Again, I collected the trace materials off the blanket and identified some hairs, but that was my last part of the examination.
And then what sort of describe your examination of the child's pants?
Again, the examination of the pants was very similar. A visual examination followed by an alternate light source examination. I identified 1 additional stain on the knee area of the pants, and there was 1 white and brown stain on the interior rear crotch area of the pants. And both, the stain on the knee area was positive for the presence of semen, and I took a small portion of each of that, the stain on the knee and the stain in the rear crotch area of the pants that was white, and extracted those for sperm cells.
And what were the results of those extractions?
Those were negative. I moved on to the test for semenogelin,
please continue.
and that was also negative for both of those stains.
And just to be clear, a negative test for semenogelin indicates what? Because you've tested.
It indicates that the protein for the semenogelin wouldn't be present.
Did you do further testing on the pants?
I tested the stain on the knee of the pants for the presence of amylase, again, a constituent of saliva, and that test was negative.
And what further testing, if anything, did you do on the pants?
I again collected trace materials from the pants and identified some of it.
Did you subsequently collect or did you subsequently analyze additional items?
Yes, I also examined the sexual assault kit.
And where did that come from?
That came from the medical examiner's office.
What is your understanding of the practice during an autopsy if a sexual assault evidence collection kit is conducted? What happens to it if it's not an autopsy?
It's sealed and submitted to the laboratory.
So that was your understanding of how you got it?
Yes.
Can you describe your analysis of the evidence collection kit?
The sexual assault evidence collection kit is a series of swabbings and trace evidence collections from different areas of the body. It includes vaginal swabs, external genital swabs, anorectal swabs, perianal swabs, oral swabs, head hair combings, pubic hair combings, and fingernail scrapings and foreign material collections.
Just to be clear, in the case of a very young child, there probably would be no pubic hair combings, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I just don't mean to be picky.
I began again with a visual examination. I just look at the swabs to see if they're stained at all. I then take a portion of each one of the swabs and add that to a tube. And I then perform the same extraction procedure that I performed on the blankets and the pants on those pieces of swab. The vaginal swabs, external genital swabs, anorectal swabs, perianal swabs, and oral swabs were all negative for sperm cells. I then performed the semenogelin test again, that's the protein, a protein found in semen, and that was negative for all of those 5 swabs. And I performed the test for amylase, constituent of saliva, on the vaginal swabs and external genital swabs, and that was positive for both of those.
What else did you test besides the swabs, or analyze besides the swab?
The fingernail scrapings.
Before we get to the fingernail scrapings, did you also analyze head hair combings?
The head hair combings, yes.
And what did you find in examining those?
They were red-brown. There were red-brown stains on the hairs, and I sampled. I collected approximately 50 of those hairs and packaged those for later testing.
What kind of later testing?
They were sent out for pollen testing.
And let me ask you about that, since you mentioned it. What is pollen testing?
Pollen testing is a form of testing using different items where scientists are able to collect pollen off of exterior clothing surfaces or hair, and they're able to pinpoint an area where that pollen most likely came from.
And just to be clear, is pollen testing something that you've ever done?
Never.
Do you have any real expertise in pollen testing?
None.
So where did you get the idea of doing that in this case? It's okay if you don't
I'm actually
remember.
not sure. I don't remember.
You mentioned that you also analyzed fingernail scrapings, is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe what's involved in that?
Again, it's a visual examination. I noted that there were red-brown stains on the, I believe, the right-hand fingernail scrapings. There were 4 pieces of fingernail present in the right-hand fingernail clipping envelope, and there were red-brown stains on those. I performed a screening test for the presence of blood on those. That's a test where I take a small piece of paper and I touch it to the area that has red-brown stains or the area that I'm testing. And then I add 2 chemicals to the piece of paper. If there's an immediate blue color change, it's positive for the presence of blood.
And what was the result of the testing on the fingernails? That testing on the fingernail scrapings?
On the right-hand scrapings, it was positive.
What about on the left-hand scrapings?
The left-hand scrapings did not have red-brown stains. There was an orange stain on the collection paper that I screened for the presence of blood, but it was negative.
What did you do with the right-hand fingernail scrapings that test, presumptive positive test for blood?
I used a sterile swab and sterile water and swabbed the fingernail clippings and preserved that for later DNA testing.
Did you examine any other items in that second round of examinations?
Just the 4 material collections, A and B.
Did you also analyze 2 trash bags?
That was, I did, it was a second report, so yes.
And how did you analyze the trash bags?
Again, I first did a visual examination of the trash bags. I made note of damage. I made note that there were green and yellow residues present on both of the bags. I screened the bags for the presence of blood, and which was positive on both bags, and I collected the trace materials, identifying some of them, and I also collected a sample using sterile swabs and sterile water again from the top portion of the bag.
And what did you
both
find?
bags.
What did you find? What was the result of that testing from the top portion of the bag?
The top portion of the bag screened positive for the presence of blood.
And what did you do as a result of that? Your processing of the bags? Did you send anything along for further testing?
I sampled the tops of the bags using sterile swabs and sterile water, and I preserved those samples for DNA testing.
And why did you choose the samples from the tops of the bags for DNA testing rather than, say, the blood on the other portions of the bag?
The tops of the bags would have been where they were most likely to be handled, and we were looking for skin cells on the bags.
And you were looking for skin cells on the bag for what reason? What were you hoping to find?
We were hoping to at the time we were hoping to find the presence of DNA from an individual that would help us to identify the victim.
So someone other than the girl herself.
Correct.
And is that why you sampled from the top of the bag rather than the inside of the bag where she was?
Correct.
Because at this point, just to be clear, when were you doing all this testing?
This was in the early part of July.
So at this point, baby doe hadn't been identified, is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your various analyses, which items did you send to the DNA section for analysis?
I sent item 2-2.1.1, which was swabs from the exterior top of one of the trash bags. Item 2-3.1.1, swabs from the top of the second trash bag. 5-1.7.1.1, which was swabs and scrapings from one of the stains on the pink blanket. 5-1.8.1.1, which is again swabs and scrapings from another stain on the pink blanket. 5-3-02.1, the vaginal swabs. 5-3-03.1, the external genital swabs. 5-3-09.1, swab of the right hand fingernail clippings, and 5-3-09.2, a swab of the left hand fingernail clippings.
Did you have further involvement in the criminalistics in this case?
I did.
When was that?
That was January of 2016.
And what was your role? What did you do in January 2016?
I examined several items that were submitted to the lab after processing 115 Maxwell Street, apartment 2 in Mattapan.
And who submitted those items?
Jennifer Montgomery.
And what were the items that you analyzed?
I analyzed item 21-1, a question hair from the freezer, item 21-2, a question hair from the refrigerator, item 21-4, a fitted sheet from the twin bed, item 21-5, a sheet from the twin bed, and item 21-6, a pillow and a pillowcase.
Did you analyze anything else?
No.
And if you could, describe your examination of the various bedding items, including the mattress.
I did not examine the mattress.
Okay. So whatever bedding, I'm sorry.
So for the bedding, my examinations were similar to the blankets. I did a visual examination. I noted stains, and then I used the alternate light source and did an examination using that. And I noted any additional stains to those on those sheets.
And what were the results of your analysis?
For these items, I screened all additional stains for the presence of blood, and they were all negative.
You indicated that you examined hairs. Well, I think you said one from the refrigerator, one from the freezer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And describe your examination of the hair from the freezer.
The hair from the freezer was medium brown to dark brown. It measured approximately 9 inches, and it was a human hair.
And were you able to further analyze it?
Further analyze
Well,
it.
was it submitted, for example, for DNA testing?
Oh, yes, it was submitted for DNA testing.
And what about the hair from the? By the way, do you know obviously subject to jurisdiction, but do you know the results of the DNA testing on the hair from the freezer?
I would have to look at the DNA report.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
That's okay. And what about the hair from the refrigerator?
The hair from the refrigerator was also human hair. It was medium brown, and it measured approximately 9 inches.
And did you do any further analysis of that hair from the refrigerator?
No.
Specifically, did you analyze the hair for something called post-mortem banding?
Yes, it's something that we would note during our examination. We wouldn't look specifically for it, though.
And as to the hair on the...
I think I object to this. I wasn't clear as to whether Ms. Scott said she did the analysis or not.
Maybe we can clarify that.
At some point later, were you asked to make a determination about the probative value of any further testing on the hair from the refrigerator?
I'm sorry, can you
That's
reword
okay.
that?
That's okay. What is post-mortem banding?
Postmortem banding is a characteristic that's seen in hair, and it's a dark band below the root of the hair, and it's seen in hair from people who are deceased. It's not been seen in a live person's hair.
Is it seen in every hair of people who are deceased?
It's not.
So sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not?
That's correct.
If there's post-mortem banding on a hair, what does that tell you about when the hair was removed from or separated from the head or the body?
It would indicate that the hair was most likely removed after death.
And if post-mortem banding is not present, what would that tell you about whether the hair was removed before or after death?
It wouldn't tell us anything.
Explain just, I think probably that's clear why that is, but...
The postmortem root band is a characteristic seen after death. So if it's not there, there wouldn't be any way to tell when it was deposited.
So if a hair without post-mortem banding could have been removed while the person was alive, is that right?
Yes.
And it could have been removed, separated from the body after the person was dead?
Yes.
And that's why, without post-mortem banding, you can't say anything about whether the person was alive or dead when the hair was removed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you examine the hair from the refrigerator for post-mortem banding? Or did you note it?
I did not note it during my examination.
And does that indicate that it wasn't there?
Yes.
And does that then tell you that, as to the hair from the refrigerator, it's impossible to tell whether that hair was removed from a person when they were alive or a person when they were deceased?
Yes.
Or not removed, but separated from their body?
Yes.
And just to be clear, in your experience as a criminalist, is it unusual to find hairs in refrigerators or freezers?
It's not.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Ms. Scott.
Good afternoon.
Now, as I understand it, some of the items that you processed, you were looking for what's called handler DNA.
I was looking for a transfer of skin cells. So someone who potentially could have handled the item.
Okay, is it generally called handler DNA?
We're actually not using that term anymore.
But you used to use it?
We did.
Okay. When did you change?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
And what's the new term?
We're looking for a deposit of skin cells.
And presumably you can determine if there's any DNA in a skin cell. I mean, you're looking for skin cells because you can then analyze the skin cells to determine the DNA.
Yes, we would analyze the skin cells in DNA.
And so all of the items that you swabbed for DNA or swabbed for skin cells, you then sent on to another part of the lab to do the actual DNA testing?
Yes, I did preserve those items, and someone in the DNA unit would then process them.
Now, you described a number of tests that were done with what you refer to as a sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that all those tests were negative for sexual assault or evidence of sexual assault?
The vaginal swabs and external genital swabs were positive for the presence of amylase, which is a constituent of saliva.
Okay, and so what is the significance of that?
That there was potentially saliva on those two items.
Okay, and did you further analyze the saliva?
They were submitted to DNA. The vaginal swab and external genital swabs were submitted to DNA for testing.
Okay, so those swabs with the saliva on it were submitted for testing for DNA?
Yes, the swabs with the amylase were submitted for DNA testing.
Okay. You also mentioned some positive testing of some of the stains that were tested initially were screened positive for semen?
Yes.
But then did you do 2 further tests on each of those stains?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you determined that there was no semen?
Because the first tester that I did was positive for the presence of semen, I did collect those stains. I swabbed those stains for DNA testing.
Well, you said you did 2 additional tests. One in which you did not identify any sperm cells, correct?
That's correct.
And another you did to detect a component of semen.
Correct.
On the basis of those 2 tests, what, if anything, were you able to conclude?
I concluded that those two particular tests were negative, but the stain was still positive, so I did still collect the stain.
And you sent that for testing?
I did.
And presumably, if there were any DNA in that sample, you might be able to identify who contributed to it.
The DNA analyst might be able to do that.
Now, you indicated that you found some 2 hairs that you examined. One was found in the freezer of the refrigerator that you examined?
I examined the 2 hairs, yes.
And one of them came from the freezer?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, one came from the freezer.
And another came from somewhere else in the refrigerator?
It came from, I guess, the bottom refrigerator section.
Okay. Do you know where exactly?
It was on shelf H.
Did you diagram the refrigerator?
I did not.
Did you collect the hairs?
I did not.
Who collected the hairs?
Jennifer Montgomery.
And she then submitted them to you?
She submitted them to the lab, yes.
And you say you examined both of the hairs and determined they were human?
Yes.
Each one?
Yes, each one separately.
Okay. And each one was approximately 9 inches long?
Yes.
And were they each approximately the same color?
They were.
And you were able to determine with respect to each of those hairs that there was no, what you described as post-mortem banding.
That's correct.
And if there were, you say that that might indicate, or that would indicate, that it came from a deceased person.
It is a characteristic that we see after death, yes.
But neither of those hairs had that.
Correct.
Were either of those hairs sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And you can test for DNA, or can you test for DNA reliably on a hair sample?
Yes. If there's a root in the hair sample, we are able to test for what we call nuclear DNA, and if there is no root, we can test for what's called mitochondrial DNA.
Okay. And were there roots on these hairs?
There were roots on both, yes.
On both of them?
Yes.
So you could do just regular DNA testing on those hairs?
We can try doing nuclear DNA testing on the hairs, yes.
And you indicated that it's common, and you expect that in a refrigerator that's in an occupied apartment, that you expect to see hair from the occupants of that apartment in the refrigerator.
Hair is a very transient piece of evidence, and we find it in refrigerators, on the floor, on couches. You can find it pretty much anywhere.
Okay, so in an occupied apartment, it's no surprise to find hair in the refrigerator.
Correct.
Now, on the basis of the testing that you did, and I know you indicated you passed some things on to other parts of the laboratory, but on the basis of the testing that you did you find any forensic or scientific evidence linking Mr. McCarthy, the defendant in this case, to this crime?
We act as a unit, and
I'm asking you.
I think it's the form of the question is Shapiro. Anyway, I don't know that she's in a position to answer it. She seems to be struggling, but go ahead.
Well, it's an easy question, yes or no. Did you find any evidence on the basis of your examination which links Mr. McCarthy to this crime?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, Matt. You can step down, you are excused.
Your Honor, the last witness scheduled for the day, I expect to be brief, and I'm hoping the court would be willing to accommodate her if we don't go too far over for her.
Okay, let's go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts call it Edelin Acker.
You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give this court and jury in the issue now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Acker.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you please to introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Edelyn, Edelyn Acker, Acker.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I am a supervisor in the criminalistics unit.
And what are your responsibilities as a supervisor in the criminalistics unit?
In the criminalistics unit, I supervise forensic scientists 2. I review casework. I also assign cases to other forensic scientists 2s. I myself do casework. I process various items that are submitted from different agencies and also from our own scene responders. I test for things like biological fluids, trace evidence, gunshot residue testing, and bloodstain pattern analysis. I also respond to crime scenes, and I give testimony in court when needed.
Ms. Acker, can you briefly summarize the educational background starting at college that has prepared you for this position?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from the Catholic University of Puerto Rico, and I also have a Master's of Science in Biotechnology from Johns Hopkins University.
And when did you graduate from each of those universities?
From college, I graduated in 2001, and then my Master's was in 2006.
And how long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Lab?
It'll be about 9 years in July.
Have you published in the field of forensics?
In the field of forensics, I haven't published, but I did publish when I was a research scientist.
In what fields?
This was in biology, basic science research.
Did you, early on in the life of the case of Baby Doe, the unidentified girl, at that time unidentified girl who washed up in Winthrop on Deer Island, did you become involved early on in the investigation of that case?
Early on, not really. It wasn't until...
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's my mistake. But, did you become involved in the investigation?
I did.
When was
yes.
that?
This was after one of our scene responders had submitted some evidence from an apartment search.
And what was the apartment listed in the apartment search?
This was 115 Maxwell Street, apartment 2.
And what items were submitted?
There were several items submitted. The ones that I was assigned to test included 3 nasal aspirators, a headband, a pink hairbrush, and 2 toothbrushes.
And what was your purpose, what was the goal, as you understood it, of analyzing these items?
Yes, these items were collected as an alternate standard. An alternate standard is an item that can be collected when there is a high likelihood that this item was used by a particular person and would only have the DNA of that person from whom it was collected. We use alternate standards in the lab when a traditional, if you will, DNA type of standard can't be obtained. So an example of that would be like a blood sample or a buccal or mouth swab. And that would happen if the person was missing or deceased or the agency just cannot get a sample from that person. So these items were collected as alternate standards. And it's believed that these items were used by a girl that was living in this apartment named Bella Bond. So my purpose of this, of my assignment was to process these items that were submitted to the lab, to take some samples from them, and then I would forward my samples over to our DNA unit. And at that point, if they can pull up a profile from any of the swabs that I collected from these items, then they would compare that profile to the profile that was produced from the remains recovered at that scene.
So in essence, to try to determine whether Baby Doe was in fact Bella Bond?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's now been marked, in this case, Exhibits 30A, B, and C, and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These were the nasal aspirators that I processed.
And the blue ones are torn, sort of I don't know what you call it, but the tube seems to be sort of torn or cut away from the body of the aspirator. Was that the condition they were in when you received them?
No, it was not. I myself actually made this cut to access the interior of this nasal aspirator. Since I'm aware of its purpose, I know that there can be nasal fluid inside, and I know that there are skin cells in nasal fluid. So I took my swabbings from the interior bulb of these nasal aspirators.
And what did you do with the swabbings once you had taken them?
So these swabs were then cut up and I put them into tubes, and then these were forwarded over to our DNA unit.
Nothing further.
I have no question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So this is a good place to stop, Mr.
Yes, sir. We're right.
We'll recess for the day to resume tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so it'll be a full day. I'm going to chat briefly with the attorneys, but I know we're not only on schedule, we may be ahead of schedule. We're going to talk about, get a little more clarity on that point. Again, I want to remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, not to do any independent investigation of the law or the facts, refrain from listening to or reading any news accounts, or coming into contact with anyone you know to be associated with the case, and try to be on time, barring problems with the T. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Court left is Sergeant David Krause, who did the cell site location mapping. Trooper Scott McKenzie, who recovered the, we still have to finish Trooper Elstock's cross. Trooper Joel Balducci, who interviewed the defendant, and Trooper David Swan, who's going to testify to some interpretation of records, cell phone records and text message records. And then Taryn Devlin, who I need to add to my mental picture. I don't, as of tomorrow, I'm still trying to juggle schedules. I will start with Trooper Elstock, I think would be the court's preference, I'm guessing. Beyond that, I don't know who's available when, and my afternoon is going to be spent doing that.
Okay. But let's assume everybody's available.
I haven't even thought very carefully about if everyone's available, what I'm going to do.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a sense of, are we looking at 2 more days of testimony, 1 more day, 3 more days? Again, just a sense, and it's mainly so I can start thinking about jury instructions, not to rush anybody. But
hard for me to predict, but I'm guessing maybe 2 full days, meaning if we do tomorrow and a sort of shorter day, Thursday, maybe finish up on Friday early or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just need to know when I should have my witnesses here.
So I think it sounds, okay, it sounds like, if we ran out of witnesses on Thursday, even with the Commonwealth finishing early on Thursday, if we ran out, I wouldn't require you to begin then and bring the jury back for an hour in the afternoon, give you a chance to kind of group up. So I'm thinking Friday would be the chance for, or the most likely for your witnesses, but I think we'll have a better sense at the end of the day tomorrow. Just with regard to the instructions, and I know there's motions still to be decided. I know, for example, on this question of extreme atrocity and cruelty, whether there's enough evidence to support that, I'm going to be interested in, since it's not just whether it's cruel to kill a 2-year-old, it's whether there's the manner and means of causing the death involved extreme atrocity and cruelty. I'm going to need some guidance on that as to whether there's enough evidence here to submit that to the jury. But then putting that aside, just looking at the murder charge, I assume that there may be a request by one side or the other to have lesser includeds submitted to the jury. So, for example, we have murder in the first, we have murder in the second, we have voluntary manslaughter, we have involuntary manslaughter. What do you anticipate requesting? And I first look to you, Mr. Deacon.
The Commonwealth would request a lesser included instruction on second-degree murder, which I think is virtually automatic.
Right, because the degree is up to the jury.
Right. And we would request a lesser included instruction on involuntary manslaughter.
Okay.
I don't see an argument for voluntary manslaughter because I don't see any provocation mitigation through provocation or any other. I don't see any mitigation.
No evidence as to mitigating circumstances.
None that I can see, so that would be the Commonwealth's request.
Mr. Shapiro, have you thought about this?
I've thought about it, but I'm not prepared to indicate where I stand at this point.
Okay, I may be asking you that question again, though, tomorrow, the next day, because I would like to have written instructions for the jury. So that requires a little bit of time on my part after I've talked to you and made rulings. And so I'm going to start kind of working on my end. Obviously, the SJC has assisted us in the area of murder. I have form instructions that I pretty much follow, to the letter, so I don't think it's going to be too much surprise as to how I'm going to be instructing the jury. It's just, I have this question of the lesser included. I am going to be asking you, and again, I'd like to have it as soon as possible, any other special issues that you are going to be seeking an instruction about. I do have general instructions I give in every criminal case. They would include, for example, something about expert witnesses. I have, if the defendant decides not to testify, I have an instruction I give on that. And in fact, I can, by the end of the day tomorrow, give you my form general instructions so you can start looking those over. But I want to start this process. Mr. Shapiro, I take it you don't want to tell me how long any evidence, first of all, whether you're going to be presenting any evidence and how long it'll take?
Well, we have provided a list of witnesses.
Okay.
Again, I would say if we get started on Friday, maybe 2 days.
Okay. Okay, so it looks to me as if the case will likely be going to the jury next week, which is why it's a good thing to start working on these instructions. Okay, so I think I've flagged the issues I'm concerned about, and I will try to give you at least some of the general instructions, for example, so you can start work on your end, and then we'll continue this discussion in the next couple days. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.